Third and final call, Class 1 and Class 2 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 1 and Class 2 Shorthorns. Entry number 10 to the makeup arena immediately. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Angus ring, we'd like to introduce our judges today. Travis, along with his wife Beth and sons Brett and Bryson, own and operate Pembroke Cattle in Fairview, Oklahoma, on land that has been owned and operated by the family for 5 generations. The Pembrokes primarily produce Angus and Red Angus cattle, along with raising a mix of Key, Simmental, and Maine genetics to help meet a growing demand for show heifers, bred heifers, and composite bulls. Throughout the year, Travis and his family host a fall and spring production sale at the ranch, along with having numerous other online sales. The Pembrokes exhibit cattle at many of the major livestock shows throughout the country and have been fortunate to exhibit champions in multiple breeds. When not at a show or working on the ranch, Travis enjoys judging livestock shows throughout the U.S. and working with youth during the family summer show cattle camps and in other ag-related events throughout the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Travis and Beth Pembroke to the Green Chips.
Well, good morning from the Angus ring and from Freedom Hall. Before we get started on the heifer show, just want to say how thankful Beth and I are to be out here working with such a great breed of cattle. We're so excited to evaluate these Angus cattle today. And even most importantly, for those of you that know us, we love working with the youth of the industry, and working with these young Angus exhibitors is sure going to be a pleasure and an honor for us as well today. Not a lot of cattle in this first class. This is a June female, and for those of you that are in the stands watching, you'd have to agree with Beth and I. Here's one that could stand a lot more competition out here. She's got the parts and pieces that I think a person's kind of looking for. She's very, I think in terms of her age and weight, very appropriate in that regard. Get around behind this female. She's really wide base. She's wide pin, carries that down low into her lower stifle, really nice. Like the substance of bone that we see in this female, she's long-sided. Female that I think you get some others out here and get her relaxed a little bit. She can get out and go adequately enough for us. Really a nice way to start the day over here on our Angus ring.
This is your first call, Class 3 and Class 6 Shorthorns. First call, Class 3 and Class 6 Shorthorns to the makeup arena. First call, Class 3 Angus females. First call, Class 3 Angus females.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here with you on the Shorthorn Show. Looking forward to a great day. I think we've got a fantastic pair of heifers to start off in our spring calf division, pair of June females, and I think both of them are really nice and certainly competitive. The girl's heifer for me just starts with a little more feminine quality up through her front end. Really like how she's set back in the angle of her shoulder and her knee. She opens up really bold there in her forerib, lots of turn through the lower 1/3 of her body. She's a more moderate sized heifer, and I appreciate that in her. Definitely the longer bodied, heavier weight heifer in second, really clean and extended up through her front 1/3. A lot of length and bone and just substance in this heifer as you just view her from the profile like that. Maybe just a little bit tighter in terms of her flank, heifer that just maybe gets a little straighter there up through that front end, but two really, really nice heifers to start out with.
At this time, we'd also like to introduce your Shorthorn Judge today, Mr. Shane Benwell. Shane is the COO and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. He received his associate's degree from Butler Community College, his Bachelor's of Science from Kansas State University, and his Master's from the University of Illinois. He is a current professor and livestock judging coach at Colorado State University, and he has judged in 30 states and all the major livestock shows. He and his wife, Lacey, have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Shane Bedwell to the Green Chips. This is your second and third call, Class 3 Angus females, second and third call. Class 3 Angus females to the makeup arena. This is your first call, Class 4 Angus females, first call, Class 4 Angus females. This is your second call, Class 3 and Class 6 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 3 and Class 6 Shorthorn females. And results from class number 1 of your purebred Shorthorn show. In first place goes to entry number 5, Creeks Vanessa, exhibited by Emma Helsinger from West Manchester, Ohio. In second place, entry number 3, GCC Magical Margie 221, exhibited by Sloan Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 2 of your late spring heifer calves. Results of Class 1 in your 2022 NAILE Angus show. In first place goes to entry number 1, RVF Pretty Girl, K20, exhibited by Sawyer Eastridge of Tazewell, Indiana. Third and final call, Class 3 and Class 6 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 3 and Class 6 Shorthorns.
Another really good class to start off with here, and I think the one that wins does so pretty commandingly. Just a really good cow. Phenomenal shape of body and rib, moderate in her size, but still enough performance because there's something to her. There's a nice turn coming down her top. She maintains some natural width, super sound when she gets out on the move. Just a really competitive heifer to start with. I like the boys heifer here in second. She opens up again with a pretty good rib shape, a good turn to her, paints a good profile from the side there. She's a heifer that I would maybe modify just a little bit as you get in behind her. She just needs to set down a little square and truer as you get right in behind that heifer, but a good competitive heifer to set second. A lot of performance and weight per day of age here in the heifer here in third, and that would be her class advantage with that for that frame and performance. She's a heifer to me, just flattens up just a little bit more and just maybe a little more mature right now. Young man's heifer coming out, I appreciate in terms of that moderation. I wish I could do maybe a little bit more for her. Structurally though, she needs to be redesigned there off of her rump and her hip. I like the heifer from that point up. Just needs to be redesigned off of her hip and her hind leg. She does that, I can move her up into second.
Second call, Class 4, Angus females. Second call, Class number 4, Angus females to the makeup arena. Results from class number 2 of your purebred Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 8, CF Mona Lisa 2112, exhibited by Michaela Sugg of Darien Center, New York. In second place, entry number 9, 7G Max Rosa K32, exhibited by Lane McKenna of Newark, Ohio. In third place, entry number 11, exhibited by Braxton Gabriel of Edison, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 10, Jackson Overbay. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 3 of your purebred Shorthorn show. This is your first call, Class 7 and Class 8 purebred Shorthorns. First call, Class 7 and Class 8 purebred Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 4, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 4, Angus females to the makeup arena.
Back over here on the Angus side, really a nice class of May females here. As you can see, we've kind of got all shapes and sizes. There's a little bit of difference in weight variation as well. And I think for us, this first place female rose to the top rather handily for Beth and I. You get to looking at this one in the silhouette she gives you from the side. She's very ladylike in her appearance. Love the length and extension that comes out through her front end. That high neck set really sets her off out here. But she's also a female too. When you get around behind her, we think she's wide enough based for us. She's big-bodied, easy fleshing. I think for us as well, when you compare her to some of her contemporaries out here, we really like the extra length of side that we see. This is another heifer we're comfortable with in terms of how she gets out and moves around the ring. The heifer coming in second, here's one that we really gravitated to when she first came out in the ring. Female that's built really cool, like her up through that front 1/3 as well. She's pretty headed. She's a female that's big-bodied and wide-based as well. Heifer you might want to tone back just a notch in her tail head, and a female that when you compare to our heifer and first maybe like to pull her out right behind those shoulders just a touch to make her come up and rival the heifer that we've got in first. Heifer coming next in third, another really nice heifer on the standstill. Beth and I didn't feel like she had the most comfortable structure when you compare to the heifers that are in front of her out here. But as I said, you get her standing out here, you really got to like the silhouette and like the look she gives you. Maybe want to tone her back a notch just right over that tail head as well. We get to the heifer coming next in line in fourth, a powerfully built female, really wide base kind of a heifer. Female that might not be quite as pretty up through that front 1/3, but we really like the power that we see in her. Another female that's really good looking out here, gives you a nice look on the standstills, this heifer coming around the bend. You watch her go on those hind two, maybe like to just give her a little more flex and cushion on those pasterns. We like the young man's heavyweight per day of age female coming next in line. We love the length of side you see in her, the power and the muscle. We love that about her. She's highly presented. He's doing a good job battling her out here as well. Like the substance of bone, just like to improve her structure to get her any higher in the class. Female coming next in line, one that just needs a little bit more time on feed. Love the femininity that you see in her, just gets a little frailer bone compared to those heifers that are ahead of her in the class.
Back on the Shorthorn side, I think we've got a really nice class winner to tie into. Heifer that just commands your attention in terms of her presence, her femininity. She's a very striking heifer that's certainly very structurally sound. Heifer that's very green yet in her condition. See a lot of promise and future in her on down the road. Two heavier weight, kind of higher performing heifers coming next in second and third, and kind of what breaks the pair for me. To me, the young lady's heifer is just a little smoother made through the point of her shoulder. It lays into her body just a little bit more correctly, in my opinion. She gets out and takes a nice stride. She's maybe just a little bit plainer in comparison to that class winner, but a nice heifer that ties together some numbers and some data with a lot of length and profile in terms of that straightness of her top line. This heifer is more moderate in her size, and she has more shape to her as you get in behind her. I really like her forerib shape and the turn that she has from behind. Her personally is, to me, just a heifer that's a little plainer in terms of her head. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit there, make her a little bit more ladylike. Young lady's heifer coming next here in fourth, I certainly like in terms of that smoothness. She's a very angular heifer. Just wish there was a little bit more to her as you got in behind her. She's just a little more refined, but a nice, deep, kind of easy fleshing type of heifer. Then we finish up the class with a little bit different style of heifer. You definitely like in terms of that power and width and dimension in her. She's just a little shorter coupled for me, a little choppy in terms of her stride. Give them a good hand. We'll move on to our division.
First call, Class 5 Angus females, your first call. Class number 5 Angus females to the main cup arena. Results from Class number 3 of your purebred Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 18. CF Mona Lisa 2101 UH, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. In second place, entry number 12, Berg's Miley Myrtle Bow, exhibited by Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. In third place, entry number 14, Morgan Brooks. In fourth place, entry number 13, Adeline Vaughn. And in fifth place, entry number 17, Addison Campbell. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is the selection of your champion late spring heifer calf. This is your second call, Class 7 and Class 8 purebred Shorthorns. Second call, Class 7 and 8 Shorthorn females.
Well, we have a fantastic division here to start off with, and I want to commend the exhibitors. They got up early this morning to get their cattle presented in such a competitive fashion, and so my congratulations to these young people. Why don't you put your hands together, crowd, for me? Very nice way to start off with. Young men, Out of that last class, you'll be our division champion. Young lady here in the middle will be our reserve. Let's give them a good hand, please.
Third and final call, Class 7 and Class 8 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 7 and Class 8 Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. Congratulations, your late spring heifer calf champion goes to entry number 18 of your class number 3, CF Mona Lisa 2101 UH, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Your reserve champion, late spring heifer calf, goes to entry number 8 of class number 2, CF Mona Lisa 2112 UH, exhibited by Michaela Sugg of Darien Center, New York. Congratulations. Now entering the Shorthorn ring is class number 6 of your early spring heifer calves. Second call, class number 5, Angus females. Second call, class number 5, Angus females. Results from class number 2 of your 2022 NAILE Angus show. In first place goes to entry number 7, SSF Envious Blackbird 5022, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. In second place, entry number 3, Fount Lady J 2216, exhibited by Kaylin McCade Chambers of Ringgold, Georgia. In third place, entry number 4, exhibited by Ray Beneker of Hamilton, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 6, Taylor Jeffries. Fifth place, entry number 9, Selby Hughes. In sixth place, entry number 8, Weston King. In seventh place, entry number 2, Sawyer Keith Eastridge. And that is the conclusion of class number 2. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 3.
there's a fair amount of give and take here in this class, but the young man's heifer, to me, probably structurally anyways, is the best in terms of her movement and her joints, and I think that's very important. Right now at this stage, heifer that definitely moves out very well. She's got a long pattern to her, and she's very green in her condition. I just hope at some point she has what it takes to kind of fill out, put it together, because she'll be really nice for him if she does that. Young man's heifer in seconds, more ready today. She definitely has more volume, more rib shape. Probably at the standstill, you prefer him. Maybe a switch from what I did, and I like that heifer probably more of the body type that I prefer. This heifer, when she gets set in motion, though, just gets a little bit too tight for me in terms of her structure there off of either end, particularly her back two. Just need to see her modified. Really a horsey, stout, thick-made heifer coming out next. It's got a ton of power to her. She just needs to blend more feminine quality from front to rear for me to work up higher in this class. And the female that we finish out with, just a heifer, it needs a little more performance and time, but she's super clean up through her front 1/3. Thank you.
Back over on the Angus side, just a killer set of April females out here from end to end. Really a challenging class to sort out here. And you get to the top of this thing, the top three, especially the top two right here, for Beth and I, really make you hunker down and really have to look at these things. These young ladies are really bringing it out here. The heifer that we used to win the class is the one that hit us first when she came out here. Female that, as you can see, just awesome in terms of her pattern and outline. Love the length and extension you see up through that front end, ties in through those shoulders, really nice. Really good at her knee as well. I think where these two separate each other for us, it's really close, is when you put them into motion. We feel like the heifer in first, just a shot truer in the way she reaches and covers her stride. Maybe just a little more relaxed on those rear pasterns when you compare to the heifer that's in second. We get back here to the heifer that's in second, though, and man, here's one on the standstill that is just flat elegant. Love that neat little head you see on her, really cool neck, neat outline, long-sided. Just love everything about her standing here. Put her into motion. Every once in a while, you want to change maybe the way that foot lands and give her just a little bit more flex and cushion to those rear two when we compare to the heifer that we've got in first. We get back to the female coming in third. Here's a true powerhouse. We like the base width you see in her when you get around behind her, the length of side as well. I put her into motion, maybe not quite as good as the heifer that wins the class. For us, where we'd like to change her, though, compared to the first two, is maybe right out of her front end there, maybe just a notch straighter shouldered when you compare to our first and our second. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, I think landed there just in terms of soundness. Really like the hind leg set you see in her. Gives you a good look from the side. She's bold middled, one that's really good in that forerib all the way back through that flank. Maybe not quite the length and extension as the heifers that win the class. Next female coming in line, here's one that has some really nice parts and pieces to her as well. She's really wide-based when you get around behind her. She's big bodied. She's good looking out here on the move as well. Maybe a little shorter couple compared to those that are ahead of her in the class today, but that too is an awfully nice female, one that I think has a bright future on down the road. Young lady's female coming in front of us next. Here's one with some power traits. You got to appreciate that about her. Young lady does a great job showing her. For us, we'd maybe like to back her, feel off a touch. You get on her, and you can tell that kind of affects her out here on the move. Our next three females, you know, there's some give and take in all three of these in terms of their outline and their look and their pattern. And for Beth and I, they just kind of sorted up in terms of structure. The young lady's female going out in front of me now, just a little better structured, maybe a little stouter bone when you compare to the two that are behind her out here in class. That was a really nice class of females.
Third and final call, class number 5, Angus females. Third and final call, class number 5, Angus females to the Makeup Arena. Results of class number 3 of your junior Angus show. In first place, entry number 23, SCC Lafretz Phyllis 240, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. In second place, entry number 19, BFBCII Birdie 1822, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 10, Aubrey Neal. In fourth place, entry number 13, Jadalyn Stadler. In fifth place, entry number 16, Catherine Coleman. In sixth place, entry number 24, Anna Jean Kinley. In seventh place, entry number 18, Maddie King. In eighth place, entry number 21, Rosalind Kidwell. And in ninth place, entry number 17, Nora Nunn. Class 8, entry number 41 to the Makeup Arena immediately. Class 8, entry number 41, Shorthorn female to the Makeup Arena immediately. First call, class number 9, Shorthorn females. First call, class number 9, Shorthorn females. First call, class number 9, purebred Shorthorns. First call, class number 9, purebred Shorthorns. Results of class number 6 of your early spring Shorthorn heifer calves. In first place, entry number 25, LGF Soul, MFS Ruby Knights 2297K, exhibited by Reagan and Grady Harrison of Greensburg, Indiana. In second place, entry number 19, Little Cedar Miss Margie, WW 2210, exhibited by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. In third place, entry number 28, Belle Bronigham. In fourth place, entry number 26, Emily Adams. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 7 of your early spring heifer calves.
Very, very good class here on our Shorthorn side, and give and take all the way down, but boy, we have a nice one to start off with. Just an incredible amount of look and quality. But what I like about this heifer is you get off from the 3/4 on her and study her. She's shaped so nice in terms of her forerib shape, the turn that she has coming back through the rear third of her body. Really like her pin set, quality hind leg. It all fits in her really, really good at a high level. That's a nice heifer. Come into second to me with just a really nice cow in terms of just body shape, rib, doability. She's very sound there in terms of her back leg. Maybe could set her tail head in her just a little bit differently, but I think she opens up to me just more genuinely than the two cattle that set here in third and fourth. Profile goes to the one here in third, and you can switch that pair based off of that. She's a longer bodied, smoother shouldered female. Certainly very, very sound when she gets out on the move. To me, as you get into this heifer relative to composition and shape, she's just a little flatter, needs to be a little more genuine in terms of that turn coming off of her top through the lower 1/3 of her body. I like the flesh and the body that you get in this female here in fourth. She's a strong topped heifer that definitely has a lot of dimension and width, just what it appears like from the profile. You get underneath that hair a little bit, and she's just, to me, again, just a little plainer, a little more condition on her right now, but a very competitive heifer. Bring a red heifer here next. The young lady does a nice job of showing and presenting. There's some parts in this heifer that I really like in terms of her shape, her natural performance and length. She's a heifer. It just gets a little more piecey when you get her out on the move, though, but a nice competitive heifer. And then we finish out with a very moderate, thick, kind of big-bodied heifer, just a little shorter coupled. Needs to have a little more feminine balance and style there about her. Give them a good hand, please. We'll move on to the next class.
First call, class number 6, Junior Angus females. First call, class number 6, Junior Angus females. Second call, class number 9, Shorthorn females. Second call, class number 9, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, class 9. Shorthorn females, third and final call, class 9. Shorthorn females, entry number 48 to the makeup arena. And this is your first call, class number 10, Shorthorn females. Once again, third and final call, class number 9, and first call, class 10, Shorthorn females. Second call, class number 10, Shorthorn females. Second call, class number 10, Shorthorn females.
Back over on the Angus side, really powerful set of March females. For Beth and I, it'd be kind of fun to take parts and pieces of several of these and combine them all up into one. We feel like the heifer, though, that we've put in first kind of matches the most in terms of what we've picked so far. She's a female from the ground up. You get to watching her out here on the move. I think she's sure acceptable and adequate in terms of her overall structure when compared to some of them that are below her in the lineup. She's a heifer from the side profile here that'll give you a nice outline and look. Ties in through those shoulders really nice. She's neat chested. She's a heifer for us that's kind of borderline and a little bit out there in terms of power. Yeah, we like some base width and all that. And this one is, she brings that and more. You know, if you're going to maybe change her just a notch, it might be right out over that tail head, like to just tone her back just ever so slightly, but kind of a logical class winner for us. Heifer that comes in second, another one that runs a real hard race out here. She's one of the better structured females out here in the class. She's got a nice foot under her. She's a female that's got some muscle and some expression to her as well. We like that about her. She's really big ribbed. Female that's not quite as good up through that front 1/3 as our first place heifer. Another female that we liked a bunch out here is our third place heifer coming around the bend right now. Here's one on the standstill that gives you a nice pattern, a nice outline, one that's very easy on the eyes. Young lady does a great job showing her. Like that female up through her front end. Heifer, you get around behind her. I'd like to change her right in behind that shoulder ever so slightly. And you get her out here on the move, maybe like to see her handle her top line just a notch differently as well. Logical fourth placing here is the young man's heifer coming next in line. Kind of what you see is what you get. Really like the muscle you see in her, the base width. She's wide pinned, really bold down into that lower stifle. Maybe gives up a little bit of rib shape to those heifers that are ahead of her. Like to see her move out across the ring just a little bit more fluently today. Same goes with the young lady's heifer coming around the bend right here. Really high profiling kind of a female, a heifer out here on the move. Maybe not quite as comfortable and relaxed on those hind two. Some give and take in our next pair of heifers coming around the bend here. Heifers that have been taken care of really well. They're nicely fit. They're big bodied. Going to make nice cows on down the road. Maybe like to just see them get out and go a notch differently and handle those hind two to get them up any higher in the lineup today.
Third and final call, class number 10, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, class number 10, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, class number 6, Angus females. Third and final call, class 6, Angus females. Results of class number 4 in your junior Angus show: in first place, entry number 27, Hera Sandy 2323K, exhibited by Naomi Fenig of Coldwater, Ohio. In second place, entry number 30, EXAR Princess 2715, exhibited by Harlow Gorman of Olton, Texas. In third place, entry number 26, Alexia Stevens. In fourth place, entry number 28, Weston King. In fifth place, entry number 29, Kirsten Kerr. In sixth place, entry number 31, Cameron Green. In seventh place, entry number 33, Cecilia Hughes. Now entering the ring is class number 5 of your Angus Junior females.
A very good class of marches here to deal with in this set of them, and I think we've got 3 very, very competitive heifers here on the front end of this class, and some good discussion from there on down. But the heifer that wins, I think, does so pretty commandingly. Just a heifer. It's got a beautiful shape to her. She's right in terms of her size for me. Heifer that's very good in terms of her hind leg and how she plants it. Beautiful rib shape and turn to her. Heifer that's got a lot of promise to her on down the road. Female here in second. Love her in terms of her length of body and her femininity. Very smooth in her shoulders. She plants square down at the ground in comparison to that heifer that sets in third behind her. I like her length, her smoothness, and she's got a pretty good turn as you get in behind her. Relative to the class winner, she opens up just a little bit more there at the top of her shoulder right now. Just is not quite commanding and stylish as that class winner. A tremendous boned heifer here in third, a ton of body and volume. I love that part about her. From that shoulder back, a lot of top, a lot of volume, a lot of presentation in this heifer. I need to square her up a little bit there in her front feet and just make her a little sounder there up in her knee, but tremendous bone heifer that's got a lot of punch and volume there to her. Just not quite the smooth, stylish type that you find there in 1 and 2. Here's a heifer in fourth that you certainly like in terms of just quality. There's some style, there's some presence in this heifer. My biggest thing with her, she just needs more time, and I think she'll be just fine. Just ran into a tough trio. Here's an interesting heifer here in fourth. As you study her paperwork and data, she's as high a marbling heifer as what we've had in the show. Tremendous there in terms of that regard, a big BMI index in her, and she's a nice, useful type of heifer in terms of her doability and body type. Just a little bit plainer, but I think it's that doability, practicality, and soundness that keeps her up over the 2 here that we finish out the class with. A big, stout, thick heifer going out. The red heifer, it just needs to be cleaned up in terms of her joints. And then a female we close the class with just needs to be a little more practical in terms of that body type. Thank you.
First call, class 11, Shorthorn females. First call, class 11, Shorthorn females. This is your first call, class 7, Angus females. First call, class 7, Angus females. Results of class number 8 of your Shorthorn Junior Show. In first place, entry number 42, CF Mona Lisa 270, exhibited by Riley Bivens of Burleson, Texas. In second place, entry number 36, Don Ruby 326, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. In third place, entry number 43, Braylon Schaefer. Fourth place, entry number 39, Milia Cover. In fifth place, entry number 38, Josie Fitzgerald. In sixth place, entry number 40, Micaiah Schroeder. And in seventh place, entry number 41, Sarah Alliard. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 9 of your early spring heifer calves. Second call, class number 7, Angus Junior Female. Second call, class 7, Angus Females to the Makeup Arena.
Another March class that I think kind of falls apart pretty quick. You find a pair here on the front end of the class, and it's somewhat close, but I think when you study this heifer, when the young lady gets her parked and put together, she probably blends just a little smoother. It all kind of starts in her front end through the shape of her neck. She lays in better in her shoulder, and she's the stronger topped heifer that's hooked in better in behind her shoulders. I like her quite a bit better there back in her loin. I think her hind legs just a little bit more useful. Just a real big-bodied, practical type of female. The dark red heifer here in second probably opens up with a little more shape, and I prefer her condition, or at least how it kind of lays on her. She's just a little trimmer, and I appreciate that as you get back under in her underline and back through the rear third of her. She starts to push maybe just a little bit more, though, in her chest and up through her front end and her shoulder. You can kind of see that through the crest of her neck. And then structurally, when she goes, the higher tail-headed heifer probably just gets a little bit tighter there off of her rear two. A 180 from her is the heifer here in third, and it's a tough class from here on out. You know, at times you kind of find yourself looking at this heifer because she's so kind of striking and she kind of gives that profile. I just need to give her a little bit more doability and just performance in her to get her much higher. And then you get into the heifer here in fourth that's longer and has more frame and extension. With that, though, she's a heifer. It just gets a little flatter though, in terms of that rib and body, and I need to give her just more dimension. Finish out the class with a heifer that definitely has some of that body, just a female that needs a little more quality here to get much higher. Let's give them a good hand, please.
Second call, Class 11, Shorthorn female. Second call, Class 11, Shorthorn females. Results of class number 9 in your Shorthorn Junior Show. In first place, entry number 47, SFF Mona Lisa, reward AV 215, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. In second place, entry number 45, CSF Pistol Annie UR 2217, exhibited by Carson Barnard of Wabash, Indiana. In third place, entry number 44, Logan Schrader. In fourth place, entry number 48, Lainey Grace Swindle. And in fifth place, entry number 49, James T. Gardner. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 10 of your early spring Shorthorn heifer calves.
Back over on the Angus, another really competitive class of March females. Kind of took us a little bit to figure our way down through this one. We've got some different shapes and sizes, and I think you could make some arguments down through this lineup, but the heifer that comes into first for Beth and I is kind of our logical. She's one when you set her into motion. I think she gets out and moves really nice, as good as probably anything out here within this class. Then you get to analyzing her. She's a big top, wide-based female with some substance of bone and some look to her as well. One that might not be the leanest in her condition out here, but one that can sure pack it on and still look nice for us. The young lady's female that comes around in second here, I think matches our first most closely in type and kind, in terms of being really rugged, in terms of bone, in terms of base width and power. Female that maybe doesn't blend quite as nice as our first place heifer right in behind that shoulder to get her up and rival her any harder in this class. Heifer coming in third is a neat one to be out here analyzing as well. When she's parked, she's one that's very elegant in terms of her outline and her appearance. We like the condition she comes into us here. She's one that's extra long-sided as well. Female that might get a notch frailer in her bone work compared to those two that are ahead of her. Maybe like to see her just reach and stride with just a little more authority when we compare to our first and our second out here. Young lady's heifer coming around the bend in fourth. Gotta like the power that you see in her as well. Put her into motion, maybe like to just change her out of her top line to get her any higher in the class. Another heifer that out in the lineup we gravitated towards quite a bit is this next female coming in front of me right now. Love the added femininity that you see in her. She's presented awfully nice out here. Female that gets out and tracks decently enough for us. Female that, as you watch her go from behind, maybe gets just a little bit closer at her hocks. Like the long-sided female that's coming next in line. Really appreciate the weight per day of age we see in her. Female that you'd maybe like to give just a little more length and extension up through that front end. Gets pretty close between these next two females. They're patterned a lot alike. They're females that are big-bodied. They're females that have some shape to them as well. Maybe give up just a little look and pizzazz to some of those that are a little higher in the class today.
Third and final call, Class 11, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 11, Shorthorn females to the Bank-Up Arena. This is your first call, Class 14 Shorthorns. First call, Class 14 Shorthorn junior females. First call, class number 8, Angus females. First call, class number 8, Angus females.
Two pretty nice heifers here in another March class that we have, and just probably lean to the boys heifer just ever so slightly. See a lot of future in her. See a lot of just turn and rib shape, particularly as you get in behind the two heifers and just study them in terms of their pin width. Heifer's really true at her hock as you get in behind her, but she does it all. It's still a pretty clean condition, kind of a heifer that just looks like she'll continue to get better and better on down the road. A nice heifer to go ahead and start with. I like the heifer here in second. The girl does a really good job of just working with this heifer and kind of getting her put together. She's got a beautiful silhouette from the profile, long-bodied heifer, really clean up through her front 1/3, and she's pretty striking. As you get into that heifer, though, I would like to maybe just see her a little truer in terms of that base width and just her genuine dimension as you get into that heifer's forerib and her lower 1/3. I like the heifer here in third in terms of that bone and foot size that she has. She's a very sound traveling heifer when you get her out on the motion. She has quite a bit of frame and length there about her. For that frame, she needs to drop just with a little more substance coming off of her top down into her lower 1/3, but a very high presented heifer certainly puts together some things you like. Then a pair of heifers that we finish up with. I thought the young man's heifer just had a little bit more bone and substance. The roan heifer versus the young man's heifer here that finishes, that has a little more body, a little more depth, a nice modern heifer. She gets maybe just a little more compact and shorter coupled, though, for me. A really competitive class. Nice job.
Second call, class 14, Shorthorns. Second call, class number 14, Shorthorn females. In your Class 10 Shorthorner results, in first place, entry number 55, Cumberland Rose, DM 21K, exhibited by Joshua Blakeman of Oak Hill, Ohio. In second place, entry number 52, DFM Lucky Charm 205, exhibited by Lane Patrick McCall of Shelbyville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 54, Alyssa Carter. Fourth place, entry number 51, Colton Oglesby. And in fifth place, entry number 50, Kanan Clear. Third and final call, class 14, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, class 14, Shorthorn females.
As we get back into our first division over here in the Angus ring, you get to looking at these young females out here in front of us, our firsts and our seconds. And Beth and I were just talking, and I'm sure this won't be the last time I say this today, but if this doesn't get your blood pumping a little bit and you're in the cattle business, I don't know what will. Let's give these exhibitors in this first division a big round of applause for bringing us such a great set of females out here. I'm not going to go through and talk about each one of these again. There's about 3 that it kind of boils down to what Beth and I are looking for out here that we think are real contenders. As you heard us talk, we're looking for one that can get out and cover some ground. For a baby at this stage in the game, we need to see some longevity. We like cattle with some length aside. I think you've heard us say that as well. Some femininity and some cattle that also, when you get around them, has some base width to them as well. With that being said, we've got one picked out, and then we're going to go back and take another look. Our young lady out of our third class directly in front of me, she's going to win the division. Congratulations. As we get our second place female back out here in contention for reserve in the first division, that was a really, really tough class, that third class, and you get this heifer out here and get her parked, and I think you'd have to agree with Beth and I. There's one that will give you a heck of a look right there. With that being said, we're going to follow with her as reserve. Congratulations.
And your champion, junior Angus Heifer Calf Division 1 winner out of Class 3 goes to entry number 23, SCC LaFrance Phyllis 240, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Your reserve champion, junior Heifer Calf Division 1 goes to entry number 19 of the same class, BF BCII Birdie 1822, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Now entering the ring is class number 6 of your Angus Junior Females. This is your second call, class number 8, Angus Females. Second call, class number 8, Angus Females. First call, class 15 and 16, Shorthorn females. First call, class 15 and 16, Shorthorn females. Entry number 68 in class 14, Shorthorns to the Bank-Up Arena immediately. Entry number 68 in class 14, Shorthorn females to the Bank-Up Arena immediately.
Certainly appreciate the quality and the depth in this class, our last class here before a spring calf division, but we finish it out in style with a very competitive heifer here that wins a good class. You just like what she does, what she puts together. You study the other cattle that set in second and third and fourth on down in this class, and she has what all they do, and they do it at a very competitive high level, a good structurally sound heifer. Paints a good silhouette, but there's something to this heifer when you get right in behind her, study her in terms of her forerib and shape. She's spot on in terms of her condition. Good, long, dark red heifer here in second that is super green in terms of her kind and her just type, and I think there's a lot of future ahead of her. She's a heifer that has a lot of bone and foot size, a beautiful shape for the amount of condition that she's in, and I think she just needs more time to be very, very competitive. I like the quality in her, and that's what kind of dictates the placing here in 2 and 3. Big-bodied, tremendously presented heifer, tons of volume and just lower 1/3. She's ready right now, and she's very sound in how she gets around the ring. This heifer, to me, just gets a little bit plain with that, though. You study her underneath, and she just maybe needs to be a little trimmer. I'd like to clean her up and just make her a little more feminine, maybe not quite as mature. Female coming next here in fourth, I do like in terms of just that doability, the practicality of her. Young man does a good job of presenting her out here. She's a nice, moderate, useful heifer, and that's what keeps her up over the girls' heifer here coming next. For that heifer the young man has to get more competitive in the class, she just needs to blend a little better up over the top of her shoulder and through her front end. This girl's heifer has that. She's very striking through that front 1/3. She's a strong-topped heifer. It's very smooth-shouldered. To me, she's a heifer, though, as you study her down into her heart and forerib, she gets a little more pinched and tighter there. Just need to give her a little more genuine width. We get into the young lady's heifer next, and she has a little bit more substance there to her, though she gets maybe just a little bit straighter there off of either end, a little plainer through her neck. And we finish out with a heifer that has a nice, useful kind of body type to her. Again, a heifer that's just a little plainer, a little shorter coupled. Give them a good hand. We'll welcome in this division.
Second call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorn females.
Over in the Angus ring, this will be our first division of bred and owns. Growing up showing Angus cattle and raising Angus cattle, this was always a big deal for our family. And we get this first division out here, and we have the owned first division out of the way, and as you can see, as we get into these bred and owns, we have sure not fallen off in terms of quality. Have some excellent cattle out here in contention for this division. We've went through most of them and talked about them in the classes. For Beth and I think the logical two for us, young lady that comes out of the fourth class there, she's going to be our champion bred and owned. We're going to come back and follow with the June female out of the first class. She's going to be our reserve. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Third and final call, Class 15 and Class 16 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 15 and 16 Shorthorn females.
Well, very good division here in Division 2 of our show. 6 very high caliber, very classy winners that we have here in their respective seconds. Certainly gets you very excited. A great way to kind of get through the morning here. I've enjoyed these classes a lot. I think it comes down to 3-4 heifers out here, but there's one that just really, in my opinion, ties it together. She's pretty fault-free today, in my opinion. To look at her and just study her in terms of her quality, the presence, the soundness, particularly like her tail head and how it lays into her. Just a female I think is going to get better every day of her life. And then it gets a little closer to me between a couple of our younger calves here in this division. But let's give them a nice, very competitive round of applause. Well done again, exhibitors.
Shorthorn entry number 74 to the makeup arena immediately. Once again, Shorthorn entry number 74 to the makeup arena immediately. Third and final call, Class 8, Junior Angus. Once again, third and final call, Class 8, Angus females. First call, Class 17 Shorthorn females. First call, Class number 17 Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. A friendly reminder to all exhibitors and their families, there are no aerosol cans permitted here in Freedom Hall or even Broadbent. Once again, no aerosol cans are permitted at either Freedom Hall or Broadbent Arena. Second call, Class number 17 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 17 Shorthorn females.
As we get into our junior calves, I do think this class kind of splits apart pretty quickly. Class winner that's pretty commanding and dominating in terms of just her volume or substance, but yet she hangs on to that look and quality as you study her there through her front end. There's definitely a little more to her just in terms of that length of body and performance, and just maintains herself to me a little bit more correctly on the move, and pretty nice place to start. An easy second though, with that said, because she's the other bold sprung, really dimensional heifer that has a tremendous shape to her. I like that about this heifer. She's a nice conditioned female. When the young man puts her together, gives me that look right there. It's a look of a champion. When you let that heifer go, though, she just gets a little bit piecey, though, in terms of that balance. She wants to kind of drop there through her front end, just get a little bit off there in terms of her balance. I look to the paper here, I think in a close bottom pair decision, and you look at the red heifer, it's just a little more style, balance, and quality there about her. The data favors her in that regard as well. A little more maternal there in terms of her milk, and you definitely lean a little bit that way looking at them. To get more competitive on the top end of the class, she needs just a little bit more to her down low, and hopefully she'll get that on down the road. Young man's a good hand here, does a nice job with his showmanship. A nice bold-bodied heifer, has a lot of dimension and width there as you get in behind her. Just a little plainer though, a little shorter coupled. A nice competitive class, so thank you.
Over in the Angus, as we start a fresh division out here. Nice way to start off. Really nice set of heifers from end to end. heifer that wins the class does so rather handily for Beth and I. Start at the ground up with this one. I think she's sure good enough structured when you get her out here on the move. Love that about her. You get to comparing her to the heifer that we have in second, and I think from her shoulders back, just more true length. Beth and I really like that about her. Get past that, and here's one that's big-bodied, really good in terms of right in there through that heart and fore-rib region. Nice pattern, kind of a heifer. Gives you a nice outline when you view her from the side. Heifer that's very striking is this heifer that's in second. She comes in the ring, goes in front of you, very proud out here in terms of just the way she holds up that head really nice and high. She's really feminine and neat up through that front 1/3 as well. Heifer that right in through that fore-rib and heart area, maybe like to pull her apart a little bit and in behind those shoulders when we compare to the heifer that wins the class. If you want one that's just a true beast out here, a heifer that's going to be fun to watch as she gets a little bit older and see what she does, it's this heifer that we have in third. Beth and I thought she ran a hard race out here as well. You get down that top, man, there's a lot of true width in her. Love the muscle shape and the expression that you see in her as well. With that being said, she can get just a notch rounder from hooks to pins as you view her from the side. Maybe like to change that about her, but love the substance of bone, love the power that we see in this female. Young lady does a great job showing her out here. Heifer coming next in line, ultra feminine, very complete, put together and shown very nice out here as well. Compared to the one that's in front of her out here, maybe gets just a little bit closer at those pins when you get around behind her. Not the true base width and power that we see in that third place female. The heifer coming around the bend the young lady's got here. Another one that's really nice. May give up just a little length aside to some of those ahead of her out here. Here's one though, when parked, gives you a heck of a look in just terms of her pattern and her outline. Heifer, as I said, to get her up any higher in the class, maybe like to just give her a little more length aside, maybe tone her back a notch over that tail head. Young man's heifer coming next in line. This is another one that's sure worth talking about out here. Love her profile when you view her from the side. She's a heifer, though, for us, maybe gets just a notch lighter muscled than some of those that are ahead of her. I think there's some give and take in the next pair of females, but for Beth and I, we'd like to see them just a little better off those hind two and the way they get out and cover ground when you compare them to some of their contemporaries that were out here competing against them today. Congratulations.
Darby, can we do a call on
Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 9, Angus females. First call, Class 9, Angus females. Your Class 11 Shorthorn results: in first place, entry number 64, CFNB Demi 250, exhibited by Caroline Schumann of Kimmel, Indiana. In second place, entry number 60, Steck Chelsea SOL 241K, exhibited by K Snep of Plymouth, Indiana. In third place, entry number 62, Weston Ward. In fourth place, entry number 58, Charlie Sutherland. In fifth place, entry number 63, Carly Getz. In sixth place, entry number 61, Audrey Robertson. Your champion early spring heifer in your Shorthorn Junior Show goes to entry number 64, CFNB Demi 250, exhibited by Caroline Schumann of Kimmel, Indiana. Your reserve champion early spring heifer goes to entry number 35, CF Mona Lisa 281, exhibited by Keegan McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Your Class 14 results: in first place, entry number 69, LGF Sol, MFS Ruby's Dream 2292K, exhibited by Evelyn Hill of Yorktown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 68, Keegan Long of Lansing, Michigan. In third place, entry number 66, Carter Meyer. And in fourth place, entry number 65, Maddox Reedy. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 15. This is your first call, Class 20, Shorthorn females. First call, Class 20, Shorthorn females.
This one's pretty fun. You got four really good heifers here to kind of sort through, and there's some give and take, but unquestionably the heifer that wins, I think, is the favorite as she hits the ring. There's just a lot to like in this heifer. Too many synonyms to put together. We'll see what comes next in this division, but a really nice heifer to go ahead and start with. Nothing to take away from the one here in second because she's really fancy as well. A ton of presence, a ton of quality, a ton of style. She's just not as deep in her heart and her forerib as that class winner. She just doesn't hit the ring with the wow like that class winner. But that's a really genuinely built heifer that's really nice in her condition. I see a lot of future in that heifer because she's so sound built and high quality. You'll find a heifer next and third that I think is just a little bit more in line with practicality, body type, love her feet, and the substance of bone that she has. She's a heifer, if you want to get a little picky on her, she opens up over her shoulder, maybe gets a little plainer through her front 1/3, but I'm convinced there's just a little bit more natural substance, doability, and I think her frame size and maturity will help her long-term on down the road. A tremendously high weight per day of age heifer coming out next. She has a ton of performance and length of body, and she is one of those really strong top, long-bodied heifers, puts together a lot of profile from the side. For me, she's just a little straighter up through her front 1/3, and you start breaking her down in terms of maturity, she's just a little much for me. On down in the class, we have a good moderate-sized heifer. It has some doability to her. She gets a little more jammed up and plainer in terms of her look and her scope there to her, but a nice kind of heifer that's useful. And we finish out with a heifer. It just needs a little more style, a little more class there about her. Give them a good hand, please.
Second call, Class 20, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 20, Shorthorn females. Your Class 15 results: in first place, entry number 72, CF Crystal Lucy 230, exhibited by Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. In second place, entry number 78, CF Mona Lisa 222, exhibited by Michael Frisbee of Buckingham, Iowa. In third place, entry number 76, Cade Lott. In fourth place, entry number 74, Charlie Sutherland. In fifth place, entry number 73, Reed Shoemaker. And in sixth place, entry number 77, James Gardner. Now entering the Shorthorn ring is class number 16 of your junior heifer calves. Second call, class number 9, Angus females. Second call, class 9, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 9 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 9 Angus females.
The boys' roan heifer here to start the class with. I think it's just a little more fault-free as you study her out here in the ring. She's a more complete female when you analyze just her balance, her style, her structure. Everything blends together a little bit better back over her top line and through her tail head there. She's a heifer that's not as tight-clipped and maybe as highly presented as some of them that we had, but I think you just break her down and you find just a real useful type of heifer. The data kind of backs up the decision here in this pair. She's more conservative in her birth. She offers a little more spread there in terms of her growth figures, so I think she's, to me, the more comfortable place to start here to win this class. You can't deny the power and the substance in the young man's heifer here in second. Certainly a really dimensional female, tons of spread and just width in her. With that comes a little more birth. She's probably pushing the limits on the upper side of it, and that limits maybe her mating flexibility. But I still see a lot of good in this female, especially in terms of the amount of power that she has relative to her joint quality and her structure in comparison to the heifer that comes in third. At the standstill, the young man gets this one parked and put together, and she has that extra hair, doesn't have the navel underneath her, and so you're probably a little more drawn to her at the stand. She's a very striking heifer. Perhaps for me, though, as you watch her out on the travel, she's a heifer that just gets a little more restricted, straighter off of either end, and that causes her to get a little tighter in her top. And then relative to the top end, she doesn't have quite the amount of substance and just genuine width as you get into her. Pair of heifers here that'll finish out the class, one that's long and extended, another one that's long and extended. Both of these heifers, to me, just need a little bit more doability there to them. The white heifer just has a little more smoothness to go ahead and place them here on the bottom end. Give them a good hand, please. We'll welcome in our next class. Thank you.
Second call, Class 20 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 20 Shorthorn females.
Back over on our Angus. This is a tough class of big, stout January females out here, end to end, just a high quality set of cattle that these juniors bring out here to us. The heifer that wins the class is for Beth and I an easy first out here. Like the length of side that you see in this female, like the stature and the look that she gives you as you evaluate her from the side. You look at this one from a 3/4 angle. Really powerful when you get around behind her. She's got some top in her as well. Just a nice place to start with this class. Close second coming next here, young man's heifer. Comparable in terms of structure with the one that we've gotten first. I think both those heifers were adequate for us. Heifer that gives you a very, very nice look in terms of her outline out here. Young man gets her parked and set up really nice. Maybe a rib or two shorter in terms of length when we compare to the heifer that wins the class. Maybe not quite as true right in through those, behind those shoulders when you compare to the heifer that wins the class, but very, very comparable to our first place female. The heifer coming in third is another one that was very striking out here for Beth and I. You get her parked. Here's one that's pretty headed, really elegant up through that head and neck. We like that about her and the way she ties in through those shoulders. Get behind her shoulders, maybe not quite as true and genuine as the two heifers ahead of her in the lineup. Maybe gives up a rib or two in terms of length, but very nice heifer. Young lady's female coming next in line, one that's very true and sound out here on the move. Maybe just a little shorter sided when compared to those top three. I was telling the young lady, you get to watching her out here on the move, maybe wanting to get up in that top line ever so slightly in her loin area. Maybe like to change that about her today. Young man's heifer coming next in line, one that is another one that's really, really good looking out here on the standstill, highly presented. She's a big-bodied kind of a female, one that's got some substance of bone to her as well. watch her go away from you, one that wants to just narrow out a little bit in terms of right there at her hocks, like to just pull her apart a notch. I like the young lady's heifer that comes next in line as well, just in terms of rib shape and dimension. You got to really appreciate that about her. Gets a notch shorter couple when compared to a few that are ahead of her. Young man in the vest coming around the corner here, another female that was very striking to Beth and I out here, one that we just like to true her up a notch in terms of her feet and legs and the way she gets out and covers the ground out here on the move. Young man's heifer that comes next in line, another female that is really powerful, like the muscle shape, the muscle expression you see in her, like the frame size she comes to us in out here, very loose made, very broody in her overall appearance, maybe not quite as striking up through that front 1/3. Young lady's heifer that is coming next or that follows a female we'd like to just true up off those hind two to see her get any higher in the class. Young lady's female coming next is one that was really interesting for us. Maybe need to work on their presentation just a little bit when you do get a look at that one, though. Got to really appreciate the femininity you see in her. Next pair of females, both really nice in the way they're built and the way they come to us out here. Heifers we just like to improve in their overall structure and mobility today.
Third and final call, Class 20 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 20 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 21 and 22 Shorthorns. First call, Class 21 and 22 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 10 Angus females. First call, Class 10 Angus females. Results of class number 7 of your junior Angus females show: in first place, entry number 59, BCII Heading Sandy, 0122, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 64, EXAR Princess 2635, exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 68, Lizzie Schaefer. In fourth place, entry number 62, Alexis Colling. In fifth place, entry number 70, exhibited by Ethan Miller. In sixth place, entry number 63, Michaela Dockery. In seventh place, entry number 67, Henry Throne. In 8th place, entry number 65, Thomas Holsey. In 9th place, entry number 66, McKenna Jackson. In 10th place, entry number 69, Maddie King. 11th place, entry number 58, Victor Morgan. And in 12th place, entry number 56, Braden Deal.
Really competitive class here to finish out our junior calf division, and just a heads up, good looking, stylish female. Has so much spread and body and just substance there to her. A very commanding class winner. I think she's just fresher in her condition, just more correct in her joint work as you get her out here on the move. I like the substance and the moderate frame size that you gain in the really powerful heifer here that sits in second. She's a really intriguing heifer, and I think offers some value there to her, complements the class winner in terms of that extra stoutness. But with that, though, as you study her out on the move, just a little choppier in terms of her stride, a little higher there in that tail head, but a good competitive heifer to be in second. Long-bodied, really extended female here in third. Her better days are ahead of her, in my opinion, because she is a little greener in her condition. She needs a little more time, but I think the shape, the quality, the skeleton there is there to be pretty competitive on down the road. Roan female coming next here in fourth, just a real useful, moderate type of heifer, deep in her heart and her body. I think as you get in behind her, though, she could maybe just use a little bit more shape relative to her composition, but a nice competitive heifer that's solid in terms of her structure, just a real complete heifer to set here in fourth. You gain a little more bone, maybe perhaps a little more performance and body in this heifer coming out next. She's kind of like the one right in front of her, though, female that doesn't have quite the composition, quite the shape to her, and she gets maybe a little piecey there over the top of her shoulder. Solid white heifer coming out next, a little stronger right in behind her shoulder perhaps, tons of width and dimension in her. She's just a heifer, it's a little shorter coupled, needs to be a little more feminine in terms of her look. Then a high-performing, deep-sided heifer that sits next to the bottom here, a little plainer in her type, but I thought she had just a little more practicality. Over heifer, it's a little more extended there through her front end. Let's give them a good hand, and we'll judge this division.
Third and final call, Class 20, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 20, Shorthorn females. Entry number 100 to the makeup arena immediately.
Over on the Angus side, this will be our second division out here. Another very competitive, very deep division, one that's just loaded with quality. Again, really appreciate the cattle that these young people are bringing out here to Beth and I. Not as many classes within this division. We've went through and talked each class. I think when you start thinking about kind of what we did in the first division, there's one out here that kind of fits with that and what we've been talking about, one that I think is pretty true in terms of overall structure, a female that's got some length of side and some base width to her, and then it'll just give you one heck of a look in terms of viewing her from the side out here. That's going to be our champion, the young lady out of the second class right here. Congratulations. We'll take one more look for reserve.
In your Division II champion, Angus Jr. female goes to entry number 59, BCII Henning Sandy, 0122, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky.
As we get down to reserve, it gets just a little bit closer between our female that comes in from the second class there that was second to our champion in our first place over here to my left. But Beth and I both think, after talking about it a little bit, the female that was second to our division champion matches her most closely in type and kind and length and side and look. And that was a really tough class. Young man directly in front of me, he's going to be our reserve division. Congratulations.
In your reserve champion Division II, Junior Angus female goes to entry number 64, EXAR Princess 2635, exhibited by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Second call, Class 10, Junior Angus females. Second call, Class 10, Angus females.
We have a single entry over here in the Angus in our bred and owned division. As I said, in that first division, you separate these bred and owns from the owns, and I think you've got cattle that you'd still have to agree could just really go out and compete. Happy for this young man out here to breed one that looks like this. She came walking out, and Beth was like, man, that's a good one right there. It's a female that's really level hip, long and level from hooks to pins. Female that's really bold sprung, a heifer that has some length of side, has some femininity, but one that looks like she's going to make a really good cow on down the road as well. Congratulations to this young man on division champion in our bred and owned show.
I'm back on the Shorthorn side. Tremendous division here in your junior calves. You thought it would be good when you came out to the show, and I was impressed, the quality, the depth of this division. And it depends maybe on the class that you're in here, even with that. But I think as you get our class winners back out here, you really like what they stand for. Our seconds are very, very competitive and high quality. Why don't you give them a big, big round of applause, and I'll go show you my two favorites. Thank you.
Second call, Class 21 and 22, Shorthorn. Second call, Class 21 and 22, Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. Congratulations to your champion junior Shorthorn heifer. Goes to entry number 72, CF Crystal Lucy, 230, exhibited by Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 78, CF Mona Lisa, 222, exhibited by Michael Frisbee of Buckingham, Iowa. Third and final call, Class 21 and 22 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 21 and 22 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 10 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 10 Angus females.
Starting a new division over here in the Angus, and what a nice way to start with this December female that wins the class and does so rather handily. Here's one that kind of has all the parts and pieces, if you will, or the bells and whistles. Female that you really got to appreciate the structure. She gets out and takes a nice long stride, covers her track with these. Heifer that's big-bodied, appears to be really easy fleshing, one that is very rugged in her overall appearance that gives you a really good look out here on the profile. Heifer that fits her most closely in type and kind is our second coming around the corner here. Like the length of side that you see in her, the growth that you see in her as well. For Beth and I, she's maybe not quite as true at the ground as you watch her get out and go. Doesn't handle that top line with quite the ease and authority of our heifer that's in first as well. Young lady coming around the bend in third. We like a lot of things about this female. We like the muscle expression and the bone that you see in her. She's a heifer that can get just a little bit shorter made in her appearance out here, and maybe like to see her just get out and track a notch differently when compared to those front two. Heifer coming around in third. Fourth, excuse me. Here's a heifer that you've got to admire for growth. You got to admire for femininity. As you get her out here, we're just not quite as comfortable with this female's structure. Maybe doesn't get out and reach with quite the flex and cushion and authority that some of those do that are ahead of her. Maybe like to just ease her up in that top line a notch, but that's a good looking one from the side. Next two females, I think there's some give and take. We elected to go with the one that had just a notch more muscle, one that's a little looser and broodier in her overall appearance. Nice, easy flesh and kind of look to her. Maybe just like to give her just a notch more added femininity to get her up any higher in the class. Heifer following her, one that is put together nice out here, has some nice brood cow kind of pieces to her. Just like to change her up a notch in terms of the way she gets out, covers her track as she goes around the ring. Really nice class of December females out here.
So we start into our senior calves. I think, again, heifer that rises right to the top, female. Just hard to put a big hole in, very complete, nice body type, a correct structure. She comes to the front pretty easy. Female on in second there, I think just puts together a little more combination of muscle and power, but yet has some look and style there about her. A heifer that strides out reasonably good. You might fix her in a place or two, but I think she kind of holds on to just a little bit more correctness there down her top and just has a little bit more to her. Young man's heifer coming out in third, I think more fits with the other two heifers there above her. He's doing a good job out here. This heifer just needs a little more time. There's a lot of good in her in terms of her quality, her balance. Young man's doing a nice job, and I do want to compliment him with this heifer's profile in terms of her EPDs. She's as good as any of them that we've had here in the ring, and that was a deciding factor, I think, as you look through the rest of the class. I like this heifer's length and her performance, her weight per day of age. She just doesn't maybe fit as well in this class, in my opinion. She's really long and extended, but with that frame, she just doesn't, to me, quite balance up as well. Doesn't quite have the substance there to her for that frame and maturity that she offers. Thank you.
First call, Class 23 and 26, Shorthorn females. First call, Class 23 and 26, Shorthorn females. Results of Class number 20. In first place, entry number 100, CFNB Demi 1130, exhibited by Haley Jester of Moreland, Indiana. In second place, entry number 101, PFC Dottie 127J, exhibited by Jackson Overbay of Whitesburg, Tennessee. In third place, entry number 99, Lakin Martin. And in fourth place, entry number 98, Cooper Hetrick. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 21. First call, Class 11, Angus females. First call, Class 11, Angus females. Results of Class number 8 in your Angus Junior Heifer Show. In first place, entry number 74, Meyer LK Forever Lady 1157, exhibited by Alexis Calling of Bowling Green, Missouri. In second place, entry number 76, AA Missy 2119, exhibited by Sarah Beth Faust of Onston, Alabama. In third place, entry number 77, Lindsay Lyle. In fourth place, entry number 75, Sky Wimmer. In fifth place, entry number 72, Austin Mitchell Johnson. And in sixth place, entry number 300, Kara Neeson. Second call, Class 11, Angus females. Second call, Class 11, Angus females.
The really high-performing heifer hits you to me with just the most strength. Study her in terms of her paperwork. She's still very complimentary there and probably offers the most in the class, just like how she looks out of here on the surface. She's plenty big, there's no doubt about it, but she's pretty good, though, with that said. A lot of shape and turn to her. I think there's just more strength in her long-term, more substance in her. She's going to be a bigger cow, but I think she can support it on down the road. Female coming next here in second, I like, and she numbers up pretty good as well. Most of her traits are on the right side of breed average. She's a smooth-built, sound-walking female. Definitely like that in her. For me, though, I would give her just a little bit more substance and turn, though, as you get through the lower one-third of her and just study her there off of her top. But a nice sound heifer, and that's what dictates her over the bottom two heifers here in this class that both struggled just a little bit more on the move. I'm going to go with the smoother, kind of cleaner made heifer here in third over a real powerful, thick made heifer that finishes out the class. Let's give them a good hand. Nice job, young people.
Over on the Angus side, working on a really nice class of November females out here. These first three, there's some differences in type and kind. The first place heifer kind of fits what Beth and I are looking for the best. We feel like, man, if you're looking for one that is elegant out here on the profile in terms of that front one-third, one that's really pretty headed, skinny necked. Here's kind of your female. She's a heifer that ties in through those shoulders really nice. She's a heck of a look from the side, big-bodied, one that I think, too, is adequate in terms of her overall structure. Just a nice place for Beth and I to land out here within this class. The one that fits her most closely in type and kind is going to be the young lady's heifer next in line here. As you look at her from the side, not quite the length of front that we see in that heifer that wins the class. Maybe like to just pull that neck up a shot higher out of the top of her shoulders. Get from there, though, and from her shoulders back, I think there's a lot to like in this one that's long and level from hooks to pins, has some shape when you get around behind her, and I think adequate in terms of her overall structure. Third place heifer is a little tougher one to know what to do with for us. She's either got to be first or third out here, I think. A heifer that's really bold and true in terms of her forerib down there, back through her rear flank. You got to like that about her. She's put together really nice out here. Another one that's really level hipped as well. Like the substance of bone that you see for us, she wants to open up at the point of her shoulders a little bit, and with that being said, maybe cave in right behind those shoulders just a little when you compare to the heifer that's in front of her. If you want one that's packed with meat and muscle, here's this heifer coming in fourth. True powerhouse out here. You got to like the shape and expression that you see in her. But with that being said, too, she can maybe want to get just a notch shorter coupled. But there's a easy flesh in one that when that young lady turns her out in the pasture, I believe will maintain her shape and look really nice. Here's one that looks awesome from the profile for Beth and I when she came into class. We really like the outline in that heifer. It's when you ask her to get out and move, she maybe wants to get just a little steeper in that top, get around behind her, and not the true base width that you see in some of the heifers that are ahead of her. Young lady's heifer that goes next in line, another one that's got some shape and some muscle. We appreciate that about her. Maybe not quite as good out of her front end as the heifer that's ahead of her. Female that comes next in line, one that the young lady's got a nice cow project here. Heifer that maybe doesn't tie in through that front one-third quite as good as some of the heifers that are ahead of her today. Nice lineup of November females.
Third and final call, Class 11 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 11 Angus females. Your Class 9 Angus results. In first place, entry number 81, EXAR Princess, 1890, exhibited by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 84, FCF Phyllis, 162, exhibited by Lauren Walter of Aviston, Illinois. In third place, entry number 79, Wyatt Llewellyn. In fourth place, entry number 82, Rebecca Tipton. In fifth place, entry number 86, Sophie Stalkop. In sixth place, entry number 83, Chloe Wallace. And in seventh place, entry number 80, Allie Robertson. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your Angus Junior Heifers. Second call, Class 23 and 26 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 23 and 26 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 27 Shorthorns. First call, Class 27 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 23 and 26 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 23 and 26 Shorthorn females.
Super good class of October-born females, and to me, the heifer that wins is just a little more ladylike in her feature up through her head and the shape of it, the shape of her neck and how she blends into her shoulder. And then she's overwhelming in the amount of volume and rib and just doability that she has. She's super sound in how she handles herself. I think a really intriguing, very high-quality heifer to go ahead and tie into and start. I like this heifer in second in terms of her shape, her condition. I think she's a very highly presented heifer. Young man's done a good job with, that has a tremendous amount of turn as you get down her top and study her from behind. She's a heifer up front that I need to see a little better in her knee and how she comes to the ground, and then I would change her up through her head. Female here in third, certainly a very high quality heifer. You like the length of body and extension that she has through her front 1/3. She's pretty sound and structurally right when you get her out. I just don't know if this heifer has as much to her as you get over her top and down into her forerib, down through the lower 1/3 of her, but she's a high quality heifer to look at from the profile. Then you have a heifer here in fourth that certainly offers a lot of moderation, a lot of doability. I like her rib structure and just the substance that she has. She's just a little shorter and more jammed up through her front end and her shoulder. That's why I left her in fourth. Then we've got another massive bodied heifer that's very dimensional, a lot of width to her. Again, just a little shorter and plainer. The young lady we finish out with a class with probably has just a little more soundness in her heifer. Again, though, just a little bit flatter, though, in comparison to that top end of the class.
First call, Class 12 Angus females. First call, Class 12 Angus females. Results of Class 21 of your Shorthorn Junior Female Show. In first place, entry number 107, GCC TRN Traveling Ruby 25, exhibited by Nathan Hill of Yorktown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 103, GCC Crystal Light 76, exhibited by Alexa Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In third place, entry number 109, Clay Owen. And in fourth place, entry number 104, Bridget Cover. Your Class 22 results. In first place, entry number 112, CF Margie 1119, exhibited by Maddox Reedy of Tuscola, Illinois. In second place, entry number 111, CF Mona Lisa 1121, exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. In third place, entry number 113, exhibited by Lauren Moore. In fourth place, entry number 114, Mallory Inskeep. In fifth place, entry number 115, Lily Stevens. And in sixth place, entry number 110, Emma Helsinger. Second call, Class 27, Shorthorn Females. Second call, Class 27, Shorthorn Females.
Working along over here on the Angus and these November females. Got a real nice class of heifers from end to end. Get into the meat of their heart of this lineup. Wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch them up a little bit. It's just kind of how Beth and I liked them today. Our first place heifer is one that fit us just pretty nice out here. She's got all the basics. She's got a big old foot under, gets out and takes a nice long stride. She's a heifer that looks like she's going to make an awfully nice brood cow on down the road. Easy flesh and has some muscle shape and some expression. Combines that all into a nice eye-appealing look out here as you evaluate her from the side. The heifer coming in second, just another nice cow prospect for Beth and I. A lot of quality in this one, probably not the length of side or maybe the performance or the wow factor of that heifer that wins the class, but another one that just has kind of all the right parts in terms of soundness out here with it, within her contemporaries, one that fit nicely into second. Heifer that was a little harder for us to figure out what to do with is this third place heifer. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to ease her up into second just in terms of just raw sheer mass and power. We really like that about her. Maybe like to clean her up a little bit in that front end, but that kind of comes with the territory of one that is this powerful. For us, so too, when you evaluate her from the side, we just like to lay her down a notch in that tail head, see it sit down there just a little tighter when we compare to those front two. Young ladies heifer that comes around next in line, believe in fourth place. Another one that is high quality in terms of her pattern. We like that about her. Heifer, when you ask her to get out and go, probably not quite the true dimension that you see in some of these others. Gets just a little bit closer at her hocks as you watch her go away from you. Maybe not quite as true in through that forerib and back through that flank area as well. Young ladies heifer directly in front of me now. Another one that's very clean jointed. I like that about her. She's good in terms of her overall conditioning for this stage in the game as well. One that gives you nice outline. Maybe like to just strengthen her up in terms of structure when compared to a few ahead of her. Same goes for the young man's heifer coming next in line. Here's another female that gives you a striking look from the side. Really got to appreciate the substance of bone and the loose look that you see in her as well. Maybe not quite as good for structure when you compare to some that are ahead of her in class. Get into these next two. We think there's some trade-offs in both of these. We went ahead and elected to go with the one that's just a little bit lower to the ground, has just a little bit more true rib shape and volume to her when you compare to the one that's behind her. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
Last class in our senior heifer calves here, and the young man's red heifer just is dominating in terms of the amount of performance. I think she's just kind of the easier doing, bolder sprung heifer, just going to be more practical long term. Female here that comes next and second, sharper through her front 1/3 for sure, and young lady does a nice job with her. She just doesn't have quite the substance and just practicality as the red heifer does that wins the class. Thank you.
Third and final call, Class 27 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 27 Shorthorn Females. This is your first call, Class 30 Shorthorns. First call, Class 30 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 12 Angus. Second call, Class 12 Angus females. Your Class 10 Angus results in first place, entry number 88, KCS ATL Solis 2125, exhibited by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 95, ES Rita 1974, exhibited by Ben Selmeyer of Mayora, Illinois. In third place, entry number 96, Emily Tabor. In fourth place, entry number 87, Mackenzian Grace Conway. In fifth place, entry number 89, Aubrey Slaughter. In sixth place, entry number 94, Brady York. In seventh place, entry number 301. And in eighth place, entry number 91, Nicholas Jackson.
Another great division of shorthorn cattle here, and I think it comes together pretty quickly when they hit the ring. Just a female that's just dominating in terms of her structural quality, her cow character, the amount of style and just quality that she has here in the ring. I'm going to take a closer look for reserve, but put your hands together for these young people and their families, the people that are behind the cattle. Job well done.
And your champion senior heifer calf in your shorthorn show goes to entry number 112, CF Margie 1119, exhibited by Maddox Reedy of Tuscola, Illinois. Your reserve champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 100, CF NB Demi 1130, exhibited by Haley Jester of Moreland, Indiana. Third and final call, Class 12, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 12, Angus females.
Real intriguing heifer that could have stood a little more competition. She's the only July-born female here that we have here in the junior show, but hopefully there's a few more to go with you in the open show, because I do think she can handle her own. Nice competitive heifer. I appreciate how you've managed her relative to her condition. There's some substance and natural width there in her. Heifer that moves pretty good out on the move. So congratulations. Nice class winner for you.
Second call, Class 30, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 30, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 30, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 30, Shorthorn females. This is also your first call, Class 31. First call, Class 31, Shorthorn females. First call, Class 13, Angus females. First call, Class 13, Angus females.
Over on the Angus show, another really nice division out here in front of us for Beth and I. Some pretty tough sledding out here. We've kind of narrowed it down to 2 heifers, and I'll kind of cut to the chase on that. It'll be the heifer that is out of the first class, now the second class. We really like those two when we look at them, and so you get to evaluate them. I'll tell you what we see just a little bit. Heifer out of the first class, really good in terms of structure. When you ask her to get out and go, gets out, covers her stride with ease. She's a female, as you can see from the side. Extra big-bodied, really bold sprung. She's got some base width when you get around behind her. There might be a couple things you'd change about her when you compare her to the heifer that's our second class winner. She maybe breaks behind her shoulders just a notch. You can see that. Female that maybe isn't quite as neat or elegant up through that front end or as long-bodied, but we like the cow characteristics we see in her a lot. And we get back to the heifer that's right behind her, and here's one that maybe has the edge in terms of length of side. We really like what we see in her in terms of length of side. She's really long and level from hooks to pins. She might, too, be a little bit like the heifer that's out there out of that first class in terms of just right in behind those shoulders. She'd like to change her just ever so slightly, but that's getting pretty picky on a good one. What we do like about this heifer is the length that you see up through that front 1/3, ultra feminine, really sweet neck, nice chested, really a nice female. So that's kind of where it comes down to between those two. And we think when we start thinking about where we've been with some of our other division winners, the young lady out of the second class kind of matches up the best with what we've been doing today. She's going to be our champion in this division. We're going to follow with the young lady right in front of her as reserve. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Over on the Angus, I would like to mention as well our reserve division going out directly in front of me. She's going to be our champion bred and owned in this division as well. I think that speaks volumes for this young lady and her breeding program. Congratulations to her.
Angus entry number 119, Suitor Clark, to the makeup arena immediately. Second call, Class 13, Angus females. Second call, Class 13, Angus females. Second call, Class 31, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 31, Shorthorn females. Once again, class number 30, Shorthorn females to the makeup arena immediately. Class 30, Shorthorn females to the makeup arena immediately.
Two really good heifers here on the front end of this class, and they're a little bit different in terms of type, but I like the condition, I like the shape and composition of the female that wins the class. This boy's heifer's heads up, really sharp through her front end, but she has, to me, just a little more to her in terms of her forerib shape, her lower 1/3, and then she gets out and handles that length of body and substance pretty well out on the walk. Female here in second, real smooth, angular type of heifer. Young man does a good job with out here. Pretty sound and useful there in her structure. Just not quite enough of her there to me as you study her right in her heart and her forerib and through her lower 1/3, but a very attractive heifer to me that holds on to a little more feminine quality in comparison to the two heifers that come next in the class. I like the bone and power and substance in this young lady's heifer, and she's one of the heifers here in the class that charts really good in terms of her BMI. You certainly appreciate her power and top and her width. Just like to clean her up a little bit there through her front end, though, for me, but an intriguing breeding piece that young lady has. We've got a long-bodied, real extended red heifer coming out next, real sound in terms of her structure, just a little plainer, maybe a little staler there in terms of her composition and just her flesh, but a nice, attractive heifer to me that balances out better than the spotted up heifer coming out. That's more moderate in her frame size. She's another heifer that reads really well in terms of her BMI and that index of what she offers. Really bold there in her body. Maybe a little straighter there through her front end and her shoulder, but a nice heifer. Then we finish out the class. This is a good May class of females, and this heifer is certainly very practical, very nice in terms of her structure, has some natural flesh to her, just a little plainer. Nice class of May females.
Third and final call, class 31, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, class 31, Shorthorn females. Results of your Junior Angus Heifer show. Your champion, Senior Heifer Calf in Division 1 goes to entry number 81, EXAR Princess 1890, exhibited by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion, Senior Heifer Calf Division 1 goes to entry number 74, Meyer LK Forever Lady 1157, exhibited by Alexis Calling of Bowling Green, Missouri.
Here in our intermediate division, that July single class winner comes in, and I think she holds up to what she delivered there in that first class, a very competitive heifer. She fits right in with this division, but we had two ultra good competitive heifers out of the second class, and that class was pretty deep, and so young boys, I'm going to keep your two heifers together. Nice job. Let's give all three of these young men a nice hand, please.
Your Class 27 Shorthorn females show results. In first place, entry number 135, MFS Knighted Pinky the Roo, 2142, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. In second place, entry number 137, CF Mona Lisa, 196, exhibited by Weston Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. In third place, entry number 129, Ashley Struth. In fourth place, entry number 132, Winston Dreyer. In fifth place, entry number 131, Katie Smith. And in sixth place, entry number 134, Sydney Hawkins. Your champion intermediate female in your Shorthorn show goes to entry number 135, MFS Knighted Pinky the Roo, 2142, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio. Your reserve champion female goes to entry number 137, CSF Mona Lisa, 196, exhibited by Weston Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. Now entering the Shorthorn ring is class number 30 of your early spring yearling females. First call, Class 32 Shorthorns. First call, Class 32 Shorthorn females.
Can you do a call for
Third and final call, Class 13 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 13 Angus females.
As we get back rolling out here on our Angus show, here's a nice class winner to win an October class with a female that does all the right things for Beth and I. Love the length of side that you see in this female, one that's very elegant in terms of her pattern and profile out here. Heifer that's still got some shape to her when you get around behind her. Female that I think within this class is sure adequate in terms of her structure. Just an easy place for Beth and I to land. Get into second and third, and I think you could plead a case for either one of these females. And Beth and I both had to do a little talking to figure these two out. And for us, when they stop and you're viewing them from the side, we think that the second place female has the edge in terms of just a little bit more length and extension up through that front 1/3, maybe just a notch prettier fronted. If you wanted to give the edge to the third place female, in terms of performance or length of side, I think you could go with her. But for us, I think this heifer just kind of matched up with our first place female. In terms of comparing her to the female that we have in first, maybe like to make her just a rib or two longer, maybe bring that neck out of the top of her shoulder just a notch higher, but that's an awfully good female. Same goes with this third place female. Really like the power and substance that we see in this one, that loose, broody look that she gives you out here as well. As I said a minute ago, that's one that was sure a contender out here. Young lady in the pink shirt directly in front of me. Here's a heifer that's very striking when she first comes out. You look at her from the side view profile, another one that's very maternal in her makeup, very elegant up through that front 1/3 and the way she presents herself. As you watch her go, and even as you see her standing here, she's a heifer that can get just a little bit more rigid on that hock as you watch her go away from you, but a good kind of a female. Young lady in the blue sweater directly in front of me. This is another nice one out here. Just gives up a little bit of substance and bone and power to those that are ahead of her in the class. Get to the heifer that comes behind her. Here's another one that's built really nice, one that's got some muscle shape and some expression and some width down that top. Heifer that's maybe not quite as long and extended up through that front end as a few that are ahead of her in the class. Get to the next two females out here. I think there's some differences in type and kind. We gave to the edge to the female that's just a little bit stouter in her overall makeup. Really nice class of females here to get back going in the Angus show.
First call, Class 14 Angus females. First call, Class 14 Angus females. Second call, Class 32 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 32 Shorthorn females. This is also your first call, Class 35 Shorthorns. First call, Class 35 Shorthorn females.
Really good pair of April heifers here in this particular class, and I do like the roan heifer structure. She's as good as any of them that we've had come through the ring in terms of just that skeleton, her feet, and the flexibility that she has coming off of her rump down into her stifle joint. That tail head and loins just hooked up better in her, and she takes a better reach there as she goes there off of her rear too. Really a nice chested heifer. It has a ton of body and volume there with her. She's maybe not as sharp and as up-headed as the heifer in second, nor is she as stout as you get in behind them. And I think that's the trade-off here between two really nice heifers. Young lady does a nice job of presenting this one. I prefer her condition, and I do like her substance. She just wants to get a little tight there off of those rear two, and I'd clean her up there over her loin and tail head. A real powerful heifer that's super stout and a lot of mass and power in this female. She's got a lot of growth, and she looks like she does. This female, to me, though, needs to be redesigned a little bit, though, in her skeleton, just make her a little sounder out on the travel. Got a nice, deep, middled heifer coming out next in this class. She's probably, perhaps at times, a little more comfortable in how she sets down. I couldn't get past just the fact that she flattens up there through her lower 1/3 and just wants to come a little bit in at her knee, turn those front feet out, and just flatten up some underneath. Young lady's heifer coming out next, I certainly appreciate in terms of her performance, length of body that she has, just a little plainer. Then a pair of heifers that finish up the class. I thought the female the young lady has just a little more moderate in terms of her frame size, but I like her rib shape, her dimension and substance that she has working through her. And the red heifer is a little more extended up through that front end, just a little narrower there in her jaw and flatter underneath. Let's give them a good hand, please.
Third and final call, Class 32, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 32, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 35, Shorthorns. Second call, Class 35, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 14, Angus females. Second call, Class 14, Angus females. Your Class 11 Angus female results: in first place, entry number 100, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal, 1221, exhibited by Houston Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. In second place, entry number 105, EXAR Envious Blackbird, 1837, exhibited by Maya Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 106, Clara Sinclair. In fourth place, entry number 101, Sadie Ray Poole. In fifth place, entry number 108, Alexandra Duckworth. In sixth place, entry number 102, Claire Brown. In seventh place, entry number 104, Jacqueline Bramall. And in eighth place, entry number 103, Victor Morgan. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 12. Third and final call, Class 35 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 35 Shorthorn females. This is also your first call, Class 36 and 37 Shorthorns. First call, Class 36 and 37 Shorthorn females. Third call, Class 14 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 14 Angus females.
Interesting class of late March born spring yearling females. Dark red heifers, a lot to turn at the profile and at the stand. Just ties together an incredible amount of body and power and substance. Does it in a more moderate frame package, and I think a more useful package as you study her from front to rear. I like the shape that she's in, just the width that she has. I think at times the young man, when he gets her out, he wants to really go with her, and she can get maybe just a little bit short striding. But that's a pretty nice heifer. You break her down and get underneath her. She's got a lot to offer, in my opinion. Young man's heifer, certainly pretty heads up, good looking, long-bodied, high-performing heifer, tons of volume rib. He does a really good job, really sound heifer when she gets out on the move. She's just a little bigger in terms of just her frame, but a pretty nice one. Good pair in that class. From there, it gets a little trickier, and I use the little girl's heifer here. There's a really nice skeleton in this heifer. She's sound in terms of her feet. I think she's moderate in terms of her size. She's just a little plainer at times, and just her underline, I would change her just a little bit there and just give her a little bit more oomph as you get into her, but I think soundness-wise, she needs to stay up in third in this class. We've got two really big top, really dimensional heifers as you get in behind them. I think both of the heifers maybe just get a little straighter. They're off of either end, but they're certainly really thick, powerful type of females that you appreciate in that regard.
Interesting class of October's out here in our Angus show. Female that wins the class, kind of in full beast mode out here in just terms of raw power and mass. You just really got to appreciate that about this female. She's got a great big foot under, sits on a tremendous amount of substance of bone. Female that's got a great big square hip in her. You get around behind her, she's really wide based. Got to appreciate that about her. Super bold in that forerib all the way back through her flank. A female that can get out and go fairly well around the ring. Beth and I, if we were going to get her just a touch compared to the one behind her, maybe like to green her up just ever so slightly in her conditioning. Maybe turn those front feet in just a smidgen if you were just going for the perfect one. But that thing is pretty hard to miss, I think, out here within this class. We get to the heifer that comes in second, and when you really get to studying those two, she comes up and rivals her pretty hard in our book. Here's one that's really clean jointed. She's not quite as big boned, one that maybe doesn't have all the hair that the heifer in front of her has, but you really get to analyzing this one, and she's really good at the ground, really true, gets out and flexes, really nice. Female that's fresh, a notch fresher in her conditioning, but does give up just a notch of power to that heifer that's in first. But that's a really, really nice pair to start off this class. This young man coming next in line, he's been bringing us some good cattle out here, and this one's no exception. Here's a female that, too, just really good in terms of her bone, really stout featured. We like that about her. She's got a big square hip in her as well. You watch her want to get out here and go, and you can see her get up in that top line ever so slightly. Gets just a little bit bolder at the point of her shoulders as you watch her go as well, but a really, really good female. Young man in the pink shirt here coming in front of us now. It's another heifer that out on the profile and the side view, there you go. That's a real nice look at this heifer. Super elegant, really feminine made. He's done a great job feeding her. She's super fresh in her conditioning. Lays in through those shoulders really nice. She's clean jointed. Get her out here on the move. Maybe not quite as good as a couple of them that are in front of her, and maybe not quite the power as some of the heifers that are in front of her in class. One that's a little different is the heifer that's coming behind her. Here's one with some power to her, you know, maybe from those shoulders back, not quite as long-sided as the three that are ahead of her in class, but here's a heifer that, too, has some real power to her. And for one that's built this way, young lady's done a great job feeding her. Heifer coming in front of us now, another one, too, that brood cow in the making, I think, one that's really bolt sprung in terms of her overall rib, not wanting to handle the best out here today. Get her on the move, maybe wants to dip in those pins just a notch. Next two females coming in line, we'd like to improve their structure to get them up any higher in the class today. Get past that, though, and that's two awfully nice females that these young ladies bring out here in front of us. Congratulations on a nice class.
Second call, Class 36 and 37 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 36 and 37 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 15 and 16 Angus females. First call, Class 15 and 16 Angus females. Your Class 12 Angus results: in first place, entry number 119, Clark's Boys Sandy 0180, exhibited by Suitor Clark of Gretna, Virginia. In second place, entry number 118, PVF Blackbird 1160, exhibited by Caden Crane of Mounds, Illinois. In third place, entry number 111, exhibited by Ben Selmeyer. In the fourth place, entry number 120, Caden Harris. Fifth place, entry number 116, Anna Johnson. Sixth place, entry number 115, Hannah Robin Van Hoy. In seventh place, entry number 122, Mackenzie Ann Conway. In eighth place, entry number 121, Macy South. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 13. Results of Class 31 in your Shorthorn show: in first place, entry number 151, Grand Rosemary's Reward, exhibited by Colton Anderson of Lake Village, Indiana. In second place, entry number 152, Sol LGF Power of Ruby 1227J, exhibited by Winston Dreyer of Toller, Texas. In third place, entry number 156, Joanna Osborne. In fourth place, entry number 157, Addison Purley. And in fifth place, entry number 154, Isabella Bunting.
Really nice class to finish up with as we head into this division. And I think all the way down you find quality in this particular class. But I really like this heifer when she hits the gate. Just a tremendously feminine made heifer. Tons of turn to her lower 1/3. Super sound in terms of that structure. Feet and legs, she gets out. Does it in a moderate frame package, but still has some weight and substance there to her. Very, very competitive heifer to go ahead and win the class. Female coming next in second, starting to make a little bag underneath there, and I appreciate that in this female. I think she's just the bigger bodied, higher volume heifer as you study her in comparison to the one that sits in third. She's a little loose there right in behind her shoulders, but I think with that, she's very sound in terms of her structure, very athletic when you get her out on the move, just a really big-bodied female. Certainly appreciate the value that she has. Female coming out next in third is intriguing because she's super long-bodied. She's a very strong top heifer that hooks in better in behind her shoulders there. I appreciate that in her. She has a little extra bone and substance in her. I like the look of that female here at the stand. I think structurally she's just fine in how she goes. I think relative, though, where her chest sets into the rest of her body, she maybe doesn't have quite the turn to her lower 1/3 in comparison to those two cattle right there above her, but certainly a very nice one that you give a second look to. Young man does a good job with a big heavy bred here that you appreciate. Again, feminine quality, soundness is in this heifer. You know, she doesn't maybe hit you quite as hard as those heifers there right up above her, but I do appreciate this figure. This heifer's marbling figure. She charts pretty good there in terms of her numbers again, but just a good, useful heifer. That soundness keeps her over this heifer coming next in the lineup. As far as presentation, as far as just quality at the stand, this heifer is pretty intriguing. The young lady has, I think, in a class that's this deep and this good, she's just a little straight up and down there off of her rear hock, and I need a modifier there in that regard. Good, strong red heifer that we finished out the class with. Young man does a good job with. He's got a good turn and good dimension there as you get in behind her. She's a little plainer up through her head and her front end. Very competitive heifer.
Third and final call, Class 36 and 37 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 36 and 37 Shorthorn females. Results of Class 32 in first place, entry number 162, Soul MFS Dreamy Cherry 1014J, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. In second place, entry number 160, PRES Bentley 109J, exhibited by Belle Bennett of Knox, Indiana. In third place, entry number 163, Cash Lehrman. In fourth place, entry number 166, Lakin Martin. In fifth place, entry number 164, Abby Brancher. In sixth place, entry number 159, James Kendall Clear. Second call, Class 15 and 16 Angus females. Second call, Class 15 and 16 Angus females.
It's a pretty nice class of September's out here in front of us over on our Angus side. Top two individuals hit Beth and I right away and just pretty quick out here. Young man's heifer that goes ahead and wins the class. As you look at these two out here on the profile, she might be just a notch bigger in her overall stature out here, but you get past that and really like the outline this female gives you. Female that when you compare to the one that we have in second, that neck comes up just a notch higher out of her shoulders there, gives her just a notch more kind of an elite look, if you will, when you evaluate her from the side profile. These two heifers, our first and our second, we thought fit most closely in type and kind in terms of structure and were the easiest for us to kind of get to the top. Get to the heifer that comes in second. She was one when she first came in, was really striking for Beth and I. She's a big middled heifer, a female that maybe gives up a little length up through that front 1/3 when we compare to the heifer that wins the class, but one that also is very elegant in her makeup, very nice in her pattern and profile out here. I think the heifer that comes in third for us, as we get down through the lineup, we started dealing with some structure issues, so we started to kind of need to just pick what hit us the best in terms of on the standstill out here. And we really like the stature and the look of the heifer that comes in third, female that has some performance to her, like that about her. She's got some substance of bone as well for us. When you put her into motion there, she kind of wants to come apart right in behind those shoulders, maybe not get out and reach quite as well off those front two. Young man's heifer that comes next in line, a big-footed, big-bone, powerful kind of a female, one that gets just a notch shorter coupled, maybe not quite as stretchy as that heifer that we have in front of her today, but another nice female in her own right. Get to the next female in line and you start comparing her to the two that are below her. We feel like she's just a notch better in her undercarriage when you look at her from that navel back through her udder and flank area there. Heifer that's also put together really nice. Young lady's done a great job presenting her out here, getting her shown really well. Just kind of runs out of structure for us when you compare to some that are ahead of her in the lineup. Get to comparing the next two females coming out here in front of us. Like the undercarriage and underline and navel a little bit better, the heifer in front. Female in back, though, you've really got to admire for the power and width you see in her as you get around behind her. Nice class of Septembers. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Another very enjoyable division here, lots of quality. These 6 heifers, I think, represent their programs and their firms. I think females that have some real value to them. Be exciting to get them in production and see what they can generate for these young people as bred and owned projects, and maybe some of them are bred and owned projects here today. So really, really good job. Put your hands together for an outstanding division. I'll show you the 2 I like. Thank you.
And your junior champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 162, Sol MFS Dreaming Cherry 1014J, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. Your reserve junior champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 143, Casino Queen CPD 75H, exhibited by Maya Cover of Bowling Green, Missouri. First call, Class 38 and 39 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 38 and 39 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 15 and 16 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 15 and 16 Angus females. Your Class 13 Angus heifer results in first place entry number 126, 3 Aces Shadow 9211, exhibited by Tristan Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. In second place entry number 123, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 1211, exhibited by Emma Grace Van Hoy of Richfield, North Carolina. In third place, entry number 132, Sophia Paitzaka. In fourth place, entry number 128, Ben Selmeyer. In fifth place, entry number 130, Sade Lowe. In sixth place, entry number 134, Brianna Fox. And in seventh place, entry number 124, Jordan Oliver. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 14.
Into a new division here, and an interesting class. I don't know if it's just clear cut at all, to be quite frank with you, but at the same time, there's some really nice heifers in here. I do like the young man's heifer in terms of just her condition. I think they've kept her pretty right in terms of that, and for the amount of body and rib that she does have. I do like, and I think for a young showman, he does a pretty good job of presenting her, and she just holds on to a little more compositional correctness, a little more presence and structure when she gets out on the move. No doubt there's more body and volume here in the heifer in second, more doability, if you will. With that, she's quite a bit heavier in terms of her condition, and I would tone her back there in that regard. Female coming out next here in third, I certainly like the deep, big-bodied female that she is. With that said, she's a little stale, she's a little plain, how she presents herself, but I think she's a little smoother in terms of her kind. She's a little more refined just in terms of her feminine quality and perhaps than the roan heifer that sets in fourth. Roan heifer's more moderate and she's more massive in her muscle and width. As you get into her, she's a little more jammed up though and gets just a little bit open there through her shoulder. We have a heifer here down towards the end that a little lighter condition heifer that's certainly typey at the profile. Again, just a little harder middled heifer that I'd give just a little bit more doability and practicality to. And we finish out the class with the young man's heifer, certainly very sound in terms of her structure, just needs a little bit more quality to run at the top end of the class.
As we get back over onto the Angus side, we've got a powerful class of September females out here. Took Beth and I a little bit to get through these. Heifer that wins the class is one that we could both land on, I think, fairly easily. Female that's very good structured, a female that really got to appreciate the substance of bone you see in her. One that you get to compare her to the one right behind her. You know, that's a pretty close horse race between those two different kinds of females. Maybe not quite as elegant up through that front end as the heifer that's behind her, but one that's sure good enough for us. I think where these two separate themselves for us is right in behind that shoulder, and you can see that when you get around behind them as well. Just a little bit more true base width in that first place heifer when you compare to the one that's in second. Heifer in second, as I just said, man, if you want one that's good looking up through that front 1/3 and really elegant, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to go with this female. I really like her pattern. I like her outline. I like her structure, even with compared to the one that's in first. I think very comparable in that regard. Maybe just runs out of power when you compare to the one that Beth and I elected to use for first today. Gets a little closer between this next pair. I thought the female, the gentleman in the black vest there, just a little more raw power in that one. Big square hip in her, kind of like the female in first. Thought that worked out. Those two matched up pretty good. First place female, though, had just the edge in terms of femininity, I thought. Young ladies heifer that's directly in front of me now, one that also is very elegant in her outline and one that has some length and extension and some added femininity to her as well. Not as long-bodied as those heifers that are ahead of her. You watch those back feet, and I mean, she takes a good enough stride for us, but when you get to comparing her to those above her and the way those back feet land, we'd like to maybe see just a little more flex and cushion. Get into this next four in this lineup. We felt like the heifer coming next in line, just a little more true power in this one. Like the levelness of hip that you see in her, still like to change her up in terms of her overall structure. Young ladies heifer directly in front of me. But one that sure cow-like and broody in her overall appearance. Nice class of September females.
First call, Class 17, Angus females. First call, Class 17, Angus females. Second call, Class 38 and 39, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 38 and 39, Shorthorn females. Your Class 35 Shorthorn female results: in first place, entry number 173, Shall Full Dancer, UH 2118, exhibited by K. Snap of Plymouth, Indiana. In second place, entry number 172, Little Cedar Rosemary, HC 2181, exhibited by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. In third place, entry number 176, BJSF Majesty Rose 212, exhibited by Caroline Jordan of Washington Island, Wisconsin. In fourth place, entry number 175, Logan Schrader. In fifth place, entry number 177, Abby Wagner. And in sixth place, entry number 170, Reed Craig. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 36. Second call, class 17, Angus females. Second call, class 17, Angus females.
Superb class here in class 36. Phenomenal set of females all the way through. It's a shame these four heifers didn't have a little more competition, but this heifer that wins the class is just one of those ones that's very commanding from the profile. I really appreciate her condition, the shape of her neck, and where she gets around the heifer that sets second is just how she lays that shoulder into her body. I think she holds on to her top line just a little more correctly because she's just laid back a little bit better there in the angle of her shoulder. Really a big-bodied heifer that's certainly very fresh, very competitive out here today. In terms of just genuine width and just substance, it favors the young lady's heifer here in second. I also appreciate the condition this heifer is in. She's very bold in terms of her rib shape. I really love the lower one-third of her as you get underneath this heifer and stopped and profiled. This heifer to me has a lot of balance and style to her. You get her in the motion though, she just separates just a little bit more through her front end, just misses her stride ever so slightly. Dark red heifer here in third, a tremendous heifer, a lot of depth and quality in this particular set of females. Super bold in terms of her rib shape. Love her hip and hind leg and how she plants that there from the profile. Just a little chuffier as you get up through her front end and her neck, and again, like the heifer in front of her, I think she just misses her stride a little bit in terms of that structure, but a really intriguing heifer. Young lady in fourth, you ran into an incredibly tough class here at the North American. You've got a nice, very complete, attractive female, just ran into a stout powerhouse class. Give them a good hand, please.
Your Class 36 Shorthorn female results: in first place, entry number 181, CSF Dream Lady 140, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. In second place, entry number 185, CSF Dream Lady 135, exhibited by Skylar Ward of New Paris, Ohio. In third place, entry number 180, Mackenzie Evans. In fourth place, entry number 182, Grace Miles. Now exhibiting the Shorthorn ring is class number 37.
Over on the Angus side, I've got another powerful division of these fall females out here in front of us. Beth and I were just talking as you look through this lineup. I think you could plead a case for many of these and could have, even within their respective classes, and it just kind of boils down to where a person's priorities lie and what they like for their program. As we get close to picking this, please join me in giving these young people a round of applause for bringing such a great set of females out here in front of us today. These cattle are beautifully presented. They're very well shown, as you can see out here, and they really make it tough on a person that's standing down here on the shavings evaluating them. I'm not going to go back through every one of them again. For Beth and I, you know, we've talked about structure a lot. We've talked about substance of bone. We've talked about base width and power, and then combining that with a look. We feel like the heifer that kind of matches with what we're wanting today is going to be the heifer out of the last class to my right. She's going to be our division champion. Then after that, we think the heifer that fits us most closely in type and kind, it gets just a little bit closer out here, but that's going to be the heifer out of the first class in the division. She's going to be our reserve. Congratulations again to all these exhibitors.
Third and final call, Class 17 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 17 Angus females. Your champion senior heifer calf, Division II, goes to entry number 145, PVF Missy 1126, exhibited by Rachel Streetmatter of Rensselaer, Indiana. Your reserve champion senior heifer calf, Division II, goes to entry number 100, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 1221, exhibited by Houston Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Now entering the Angus ring is class number 15.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Well, they just keep coming here in our junior Shorthorn show, and we found a heifer here in this class that I think fits the mold of what we've done throughout the day. It's just a tremendously footed, strong-boned heifer that has a tremendous amount of quality, presence, and just body and volume, like the teat structure that she's starting to form there underneath her. She has some real spread there, very competitive, easy place to start with. The young man here in second brings a good one to town, and you like the body, the volume, the rib shape, the practicality in this heifer. She's still pretty sound in terms of her feet and legs and how she gets out and moves. Just ran into a buzzsaw of a good one on the front end of the class. For me, it got a little closer between second and third, particularly as they stand, because the young man's redneck roan heifer certainly has some intriguing parts. There's some real turn and shape, and I appreciate the condition he's kept this heifer in. With that, when you let them go structurally, they sort 2, 3, just because this heifer in third just gets a little tighter there off of her hock. We've got two big, strong females that we finish out the class with, and if you want to move this female up because she's longer, maybe a little smoother shouldered, you can. For me, she got a little tighter down into her heart, a little shorter there off of her stride. Kind of the same thing here with the young man's heifer. Boy's doing a good job, though, here at the North American. Give him a good hand here, and we'll bring on our next class.
Third and final call, Class 38 and 39 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 38 and 39 Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. Entry number 205 to the makeup arena, please.
Over on the Angus, this will be a division champion and reserve division in terms of a bred known show out here. And as you can see, if you've been following along with us as we go, we've got some out here that were serious contenders, not only in their division, as you just just heard me say, I think you could have made an argument to do a lot of different things in there. With that being said, there were two that really hit Beth and I hard out here. Going to be the young man in the middle. He's going to be our division champion. Young man right behind him is going to be our reserve. Congratulations again to all these exhibitors on such a fine set of fall cattle out here.
First call, all champion and reserve division champion Shorthorn winners to the Makeup Arena. First call, all champion and reserve champion division winners to the Shorthorn Makeup Arena.
Out here in the Angus show, single entry August female, and from Beth and I's perspective, as you watch this one walk in, here's one that could stand a lot more competition. Tremendous amount of foot and bone underneath this female that's just drought structured from any angle you view her from out here, but still gives you a nice look. We'll look forward to seeing her back in division here a little later. Congratulations.
First call, Class 18, Angus females. First call, Class 18, Angus females. Results of Class 37 in your Shorthorn show. In first place, entry number 188, Sol Special Rosa 1151J, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. In second place, entry number 186, LDB Mercies Georgia 103, exhibited by Lane Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 187, Jackson Overbay. In fourth place, entry number 189, Colton Becker. In fifth place, entry number 191, Drake Penrod. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 38. This is your second call-out champion, a reserve division champion Shorthorn winners. Once again, second call-all champion and reserve champion division winners to the Shorthorn Makeup Arena.
Class 38, pretty comfortable class winner in terms of a female that's heavy bred, has the power and substance, but yet does it compositionally very well. And I think relative to this class of big stout cattle, she moves as good as any of them out here. A real strong competitive heifer to start with. Young man's heifer coming in second. You certainly appreciate the volume, the rib, the heart, and the strength that she has right in behind her shoulder. Strong topped heifer again. You know, she's a female that maybe gets a little wide from behind in how she goes, but you certainly appreciate that female in terms of her power and substance. Young man's heifer coming out next. You know, just a big-bodied female. She's starting to kind of drop an udder structure there underneath her. You know, she has as good a figures as any of them here in the particular class. I like her standing still. It's just when she gets in motion, she struggles just a little bit more there off of either end. Female coming next here in fourth is very competitively presented. Certainly like this heifer's structure. When you get into her though, I wish this heifer had just a little bit more heart and substance, forerib in her. but a very sound heifer in how she travels. We get into a heifer that closes the class here. Our January set of females just needs a little bit more rib and body to go with all of her length.
On the Angus, we're shaping up to have a real nice summer division out here. Heifer that leads off the class rose to the top rather handily for us. Here's one that's good in terms of her overall structure when you compare these two. Female that's long-sided, really soft, deep, broody, and maternal in her makeup out here. Female that's got some shape and some width to her as well. Just a nice place to land within this pair. Not to take anything away from the young man's female coming next in line, this second place female, one that's pretty headed, one that is really tight up in terms of right up through that front 1/3. Like that about her. She's got some base width and some power to her as well. Like to just see her get out and move with just a little bit more authority. Maybe give her just a little more slope to that shoulder as you look at her through that front 1/3 as well.
Third and final call, Class 18 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 18 Angus females. First call, Class 19 Angus females. First call, Class 19 Angus females. Results of Class 15 in your Angus show. In first place, entry number 150, YF FCF Blackbird 2150, exhibited by Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. Your Class 16 results. In first place, entry number 155, EXAR Frontier Gal 1739, exhibited by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 154, Dameron Northern Miss 1139, exhibited by Jack Selmeyer of Mayora, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 17. Third and final call, all champion and reserve division champion Shorthorn winners to the makeup arena. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion division winners to the Shorthorn makeup arena. Your Class 38 Shorthorn results. In first place, entry number 195, WHR HC Mona Lisa Perfection 1104, exhibited by Caitlin Razer of Van Alstyne, Texas. In second place, entry number 200, Armstrong Lady Crystal 2104, exhibited by Henry J. Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 198, Lane McKenna. In fourth place, entry number 197, Benjamin P. Allen. And in fifth place, entry number 199, Emily Adams. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn ring is class number 39.
Certainly an interesting class to finish out the day, and these senior females, and you know, there's give and take, but structurally, foot quality, soundness, I think dictates this heifer winning the class. She just, to me, is more appropriate there in terms of her structure and her angles. There is about a 2 months difference in age in these cattle, and so you know, she's a little later bred obviously, but I think just in terms of that feet and leg structure and her composition, she's a little better out here in the ring. Female here in second certainly has all the body and the volume to her. With that though, I think she's so easy doing it's kind of affected her, and she needs to be toned back quite a bit there in terms of her flesh. Just a little plainer type of heifer, but I think still melted down. This female has, to me, more doability and more practical kind to her than the female that finishes out the class. You like the sharpness in this heifer that sets here in third. With that, though, she's just a little too tight there off of either end. Let's give them a good hand here, and we'll judge this division.
This will be a class of June females over here on the Angus side. Heifer we landed on is one we're very comfortable with out here. Here's a deep, broody, maternal made kind of a female. Really loose in terms of her structure out here when you compare to some of her counterparts, a female in terms of her undercarriage here. Really got to appreciate the look she gives you. It looks like she's already got really nice teat placement in the way she's developing as well. Young man gets her shown really well. Just a nice place to start. Get back here to the heifer that's in second. She was one that hit us pretty good when she came in the ring. We like her in terms of her structure and soundness and the longevity that she gives us out here. Female, when you compare to the one in front of her, may have, we may like to melt just a little bit of bark off her, maybe freshen her up in her conditioning a notch when you compare to the heifer that's in first, but another really nice female. Get to the heifer coming next in line. I thought she fit our first two most closely in type and kind in terms of structure. Female that's got a nice hind leg set to her as you watch her get out and go. Heifer, though, that when you really get to studying her out here, like to give her just a little more true forerib and heart and flank and just stouten her up a little bit in terms of spring of rib out here. Young lady's big heifer coming next in line. Lot to like about this heifer. She's a long-sided, big frame kind of a heifer. For us, we just like to improve her a bit. When you set her into motion, she wants to get outside her skeleton just a touch. That's where we change that one. Young man's female that's coming next in line, female that you will have to compliment in terms of her overall conditioning out here. She's one of the leanest in her conditioning. Beth and I'd just like to change her up in her structure to get her any higher in the class today. Nice class of females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Second call, Class 19, Angus females. Second call, Class 19, Angus females. This is your first call, Class 20, Angus females. First call, Class 20, Angus females.
Test, test.
Once again, all champion and reserve champion division Shorthorn females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion division Shorthorn females to the makeup arena immediately.
Quite a way to finish the show here. A tremendous division in these senior females here, and my hat's off to the exhibitors, the breeders, these young people that have done such a competitive job of putting them together and presenting them out here. It's a lot to get up and down the road and keep these heifers as competitive as what you've done here, and I really appreciate the quality cattle that you brought me here. So I think we've got a pair of really, really nice ones to tie into here in this division. Be excited to get them back out here and look at them relative to our younger divisions that we've had. So put your hands together. An outstanding job here in the Shorthorn Show.
And your senior champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 188, Sol Special Rosa 1151J, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. Third and final call, Class 19, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 19, Angus females. Your reserve senior champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 181, CF Dream Lady 140, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana.
Test, test.
Second call, Class 20, Angus females. Second call, Class 20, Angus females. In your Class 17 Angus female results, in first place, entry number 160, WB Princess 122, exhibited by Burton Halsey of Hannibal, Missouri. In second place, entry number 157, Circle R Big Run Elboro 125, exhibited by Marley J. Phillips of Masontown, West Virginia. In third place, entry number 158, Abby Newberry. In fourth place, Rosala Kidwell. In fifth place, entry number 156, Tucker Ashwill. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is class number 18. This is your third and final call, Class 20 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 20 Angus females. Angus entry number 172, Catherine Coleman to the Makeup Arena immediately. Entry number 172, Catherine Coleman to the Angus Makeup Arena immediately.
Well, again, it's a pleasure to be here with you. We've had a great show over here on the Shorthorn side, and just wow. You get these division winners and the reserve divisions back out here on the green chips, and it's just a pretty impressive sight. I need to say thank you to the junior board here in the red coats. They've done a fantastic job. Some very bright and exciting minds here in the Shorthorn breed. They've worked the ring with class. They've done it with style, and they know what they're doing out here. Why don't you give them a big, big hand? That's a good crew that you have there in your breed, and it was a pleasure to work with them. Certainly want to extend my thank you to them, the adult board, for asking me to be here and judge. It's a privilege. It is a big honor to be out here with just a lot of great cattle people, and I appreciate the crowd and how energetic you've been throughout the show rooting on these young people, because that's what it's all about. We're very thankful to live in a great country where we can do these type of things and have freedom and celebrate one another while also being competitive and enjoy the life that we live. And that's proud and free Americans, and I'm happy to be one. So thank you to the North American. Job well done, your entire staff and the crew all the way up to the top. But very classy event as always. The organ's beautiful playing in the background. The young man's done a good job there on stage. I'm going to set the mic down and get you two really, really nice champions. It's been fun today. I think our calves are really special, and there's a couple of very, very intriguing ones here on the front end, and it just continued to get better and better as we went through the day, and we finished it off with a big way. So thank you very much. Give them a nice big hand, and I'll get you two champions here in your junior show.
And your grand champion junior Shorthorn female goes to entry number 188, Soul Special Rosa 1151J, exhibited by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. And your reserve grand champion Shorthorn female goes to entry number 181, CFCSF Dream Lady 140, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Congratulations, Shorthorn exhibitors.
First call, Class 21 Angus females. First call, Class 21 Angus females.
Back over on the Angus side, here we go. Let's ease our first back up here. Really a competitive class of May females. Apologize for Beth and I taking a little bit more time here, but we kind of had every flavor out here, and just the overall quality from end to end in this class is just amazing. I don't know where all these heifers are from, but I can imagine if you scatter them out to state fairs and all over the place, they could go out and compete just about anywhere in the country. So with that being said, I feel like we have the best of the best out here in terms of May cattle in this lineup in the United States right now. The heifer that wins the class hit us pretty hard the minute she came in. You evaluate her from the ground up, you really got to like her structure. Here's one that's big-footed, soft pastern. Like that substance of bone we've been talking about as we've kind of went through the show. If we can find it and still keep the structure, that's something that Beth and I like awful well. We also like them with a little bit of shape as you get around behind them and some base width. This heifer's wide in her pins and carries that down in her lower stifle really nice. She's got some forerib, carries that all back around into her flank real nice. Then just puts it all into a nice eye-appealing package out here from the side view profile. Nice heifer to win the class. Heifer that comes in second, I think, fits her most closely in type and kind. Female that is just incredible in terms of her pattern and her outline out here. Female that maybe gives up a little bit of forerib and heart right in behind those shoulders when you compare her to the heifer that we have in first today. And where Beth and I would both change her, and we both notice when she comes in, she wants to kind of stand a little wider on that front end. You don't notice it that much in terms of how she gets out here and moves. Love the structure, love how clean jointed she is. She's long and level from hooks to pins, pretty fronted. Young lady does a great job showing her out here as well. As these cattle are headed out, they always want to go out that out gate. She knows what she's doing, setting her up like that. This third place heifer is another one that really hit us when she came in here. This is one that young lady will take home and in the summertime turn her out. you know she's going to maintain her shape, and she'll like showing her to her friends out there because out on grass, we know she's going to make it. But with that being said, that makes her a little harder to manage for us. We'd maybe like to just freshen her up in her overall conditioning, maybe just give her a little more length and extension through that front 1/3. But for one, with this kind of power that's carrying a little extra bark, we admire the soundness that she possesses out here with her contemporaries. Young man's heifer coming next in line, awful nice on the stand still. Done a great job feeding her. She's really fresh in her conditioning. She's a female that's got a lot of angularity up through that front 1/3. We like that about her as well. Out here on the move, she doesn't want to handle those rear two with quite the authority of the heifers that we have above her today. Young lady's heifer directly in front of me, another good one. Like I said, this class is just loaded from end to end. Look at the pattern, look at the profile that this heifer gives you out here. As I said earlier, you spread these out to different parts of the country, and I'm sure that female right there's won some shows. She just gives up maybe a little bit of power and just true, genuine power to compare to those that are ahead of her within the class. Same goes with the heifer that comes in behind her right now. It's another one that's well-fed female that's very elegant, very feminine in her overall makeup. We like that about her. We didn't feel like she was quite as true or genuine in terms of structure when we compare to some of those that are ahead of her in the class. Another nice heifer coming next in the lineup. As you can see her standing here, you really got to appreciate the look she gives you. Maybe doesn't get out and reach with quite the authority off those hind two as some that are ahead of her. Same goes with the young lady's heifer that comes next. You watch her get out and go, you can tell she's just a little straighter hawked and a little straighter in that hind leg set when you compare her to some that are ahead of her in the class today. Congratulations again. That was an exceptional class of May females.
Second call, Class 21, Angus females. Second call, Class 21, Angus females to the makeup arena. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round of applause for our Shorthorn judge today, Mr. Shane Bedwell, as he goes out and selects your grand champion, bred and owned Shorthorn female.
Ladies and gentlemen, we get to finish with something that's really special in your breed, and it's good to see this many kids out here and this many cattle to compete for your bred and owned champion. My daughter, this is her third year showing, and so we had our very first bred and owned that we've showed here the last couple of years, and we've had a lot of fun with it. It just it develops a whole nother meaning and a whole nother level to showing and exhibiting these cattle. These young people all have a story about these calves when they were born, and they all have a story hopefully about getting them bred and mated and what they decided to do and getting them into production. And so it's what it's all about. It's definitely the future of our business, and my hat's off to every single one of you for coming out here and dragging your cattle to the North American. There's a lot of these cattle that stood very competitively in their classes. They stood next to division winners, champions. They came out of some really, really tough classes, some of them. And so again, my congratulations. You're right there, and I think a pretty darn nice set of females to look at. One more time, give your association a nice big round of applause. I enjoy working with them. Monty's a great leader there in Kansas City. We get to spend time together, and your junior board really impressed me today. I'll go get you a bred and owned champion, but thank these young people one more time and their families. Job well done.
And your grand champion, bred and owned Shorthorn female, goes to entry number 135, MFS Knighted Pinky the Roo, 2142, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Bellbrook, Ohio.